Good morning.
Honorable members, good morning. Sitting resume. Can we have silent individual prayers, please? Amen. Amen. Secretary General, please proceed with the roll call of MPs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Right Honorable Sidi Mohamed. Honorable Wasi Ahmed Idris. Honorable Sani Malam Shaibou Bukari. Honorable Ibrahima Maimunatu. Honorable Pinto Adja Satou Kamara. Honorable Abdiya Awaji Inombek. Honorable Abdul Aziz Ayaba Moussa. Honorable Adeyemi Smart. Honorable Adu Johnson Kwaku. Honorable Afenyo Markin Alexander Kwamena. Honorable Dao Kuno Nao. Honorable Ayi Samson. Honorable Aka Hervé. Honorable Kwashiki Godia. Honorable Alimikena Francis Asikami. Honorable Alipu Isena Nukoku. Honorable Ameya Chereme Kwasi. Honorable Asin Eme. Honorable Awuyo Ibrahim Usman. Honorable Ayamba Ladi Ayi. Honorable Ayariga Mahama. Honorable Ba Cherno Maju. Honorable Bako Nasiru Arifari. Honorable Balarabe Silami Abdullahi. Honorable Balogun Adebayo. Honorable Baro Keba K. Honorable Bezra Emmanuel Kwasi. Honorable Bolovi Patrick Kojovi Senam. Honorable Borofis Ajayi. Honorable Bukar Fugu. Honorable Boacha Emmanuel. Honorable Khalifa Sidi. Honorable Amara Karamo. Honorable Chuba Ikwea Zulinda. Honorable Kulibali Traore Ajaratu. Honorable Daoudou Bashir. Honorable Darbo Alaji S. Honorable Jibo Ali Amadou. Honorable Ego Ogene. Honorable Ezenwa Onyewechi. Honorable Fanny Musokura Chantal. Honorable Fernandez Alfredo Gabriela. Honorable Gabasawa Nazir Abdoua. Honorable Bocho Marcel Monet. Honorable Gobir Ibrahim. Honorable Idiango Usman. Honorable Indi Marciani. Honorable Issa Murtala. Honorable Issa Salifu. Honorable Issa Mayaki Ramnatu. Honorable Diallo Samba. Honorable Kaipe Jonathan. Honorable Kamba Abdoulaye Umar. Honorable Kolawole Taiwo. Honorable Kone Nyaga Jomo. Honorable Kumwe Konarene. Honorable Malispen Ajibola. Honorable Masakwa Clarence Kortu Momolu. Honorable Medigan Fagla Sedamiro Marik. Honorable Mshelia Haruna. Honorable Mustafa Lekan. Honorable Ndoye Suleiman. Honorable Ndume Mohamed Ali. Honorable Njai Fatoumata. Honorable Nugono Azume Hippolyte. Honorable Odebi Tolu. Honorable Ogba Obina. Honorable Okejev Emmanuel. Honorable Olujimi Biodun Christine. Honorable Honor Sandy. Honorable Pereira Diaz Orlando. Honorable Rocha Rosa Lopez. Honorable Rosario de Brito Nelson. Honorable Sahabi Alaji Yao. Honorable Saidu Alkali. Honorable Sako Mamadou. Honorable Salam Bamidele. Honorable Saleh Gabriel Zok. Honorable Sal Ibrahima Baba. Honorable Sama Moussa Shaka. Honorable Sankara Danladi. Honorable Santos Tavares Carlos Alberto Dos. Honorable Sar Wurai. Honorable Sisse Veronica Kadi. Honorable Sayon Aja Fata. Honorable Snow Jr. Edville Melvin. Honorable Suarez da Costa Isa Filomena Pereira. Honorable Soklin Besenu. Honorable Sila Adama. Honorable Taiwo Oluyemi Adewale. Honorable Tunkara Bilaije. Honorable Umeuji Michael. Honorable Viland Abdoulaye. Honorable Yusufu Abdurrahmani Bida Nuhum. Honorable Zargo Stephen G.H. Mr. Speaker, the list is exhausted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Honorable members, pursuant to Rule 71, Paragraph 2 of our Rules of Procedure, the Parliament always has a requisite number to deliberate and prosecute its agenda. It has been so decided. Honorable members, the agenda of the plenary sitting of today, Saturday, 3rd December 2022, is devoted to the presentation of the country reports of Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Presentation of the country reports of... I now give the floor to the delegation. Who wants to start? Liberia. Okay, hold on a minute.
Allô. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie. Je voudrais saluer tous nos collègues et à nouveau souhaiter à chacune et à chacun une très bonne santé, une très bonne continuation de nos travaux. J'ai demandé la parole en motion parce qu'il se passe dans notre sous-région, il s'est passé dans notre sous-région quelque chose qui mérite que le Parlement de la CEDEAO s'y prononce, s'y intéresse et même pourquoi pas envoyer une mission pour voir qu'est-ce qui se passe. Il y a de cela quelques heures à Dakar, pendant que le Parlement est en train d'étudier le budget, une parlementaire qui était assise à sa place
Motion de procédure.
a été frappée par un homme.
Motion de procédure, monsieur le
C'est
Président.
tellement vilain. Une femme qui frappe une femme, c'est vilain. Mais moi, je n'ai jamais vu un chien
Motion de
mordre
procédure.
une chienne. Je n'ai
Okay,
jamais vu.
Vilan, just 1 minute. There's a point of order here.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, dans notre règlement intérieur, nous avons deux types de motions. La motion, lorsque la procédure n'est pas respectée, et la motion d'ordre. Et nous avons déjà adopté un ordre du jour. Je crois que l'intervention de l'honorable Vilan est la bienvenue, mais le moment où l'intervention est en train d'être lieu ne respecte pas notre ordre du jour. Je souhaiterais que l'intervention soit plutôt renvoyée dans les divers à la fin de notre ordre du jour, monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le Président.
Speaker, mon collègue devrait attendre que je termine pour parler. On n'intervient pas dans l'intervention de quelqu'un. Il faut vraiment de la patience, de la tolérance. C'est pourquoi, monsieur le Président, je voudrais continuer. Moi, en tant qu'être humain, je n'ai jamais vu un taureau, je n'ai jamais vu un bélier cogner une brebis, un chien mordre une chienne, une femme, si on ne peut pas la chérir, si on ne peut pas l'honorer, parce qu'elle est mère, parce qu'elle est épouse, parce qu'elle est fille, et qu'on la dans l'exercice de son représentant du peuple, simplement parce qu'elle a un point de vue qui est différent. Alors là, c'est le début de la tyrannie et de la... Des parlementaires comme l'UP, des parlementaires africains, des parlementaires et des organisations dans le monde se sont indignés. Le Parlement de la CEDEAO qui se bat pour que les femmes soient représentées, qu'elles accèdent au lieu de pas pris de position. Je voudrais donc, au début pour le sérieux que nous nous prononcer. Je l'ai dit au moment où nous allons étudier le rapport de Leone, dont je suis ces derniers temps dans le cadre de la promotion et de la mise en valeur des femmes. Alors, je nous demande, il y a des colères justes, il y a des indignations justifiées. Quel que soit le camp politique, je suis contre les violences faites aux femmes, je suis contre toute brutalité. En démocratie, il faut convaincre sans contraindre. Et en démocratie, l'immunité n'est pas et ne sera jamais l'impunité. Je vous remercie.
Very much, Honorable Villan. I believe as parliamentarians and not even just parliamentarians, I believe respect for women anywhere, whatever the circumstance may be, for me is very, very important. I know we've had violence before in parliament. We have had violence even in Sierra Leone parliament. We have had violence in other parliaments around the world. But for me personally, what I saw on the video is something I believe this parliament will look at later on. Just the same way we will look at other videos from other parliaments, irrespective of where the incident happened. In this particular case, I'm sure all of us are concerned simply because we saw a man, I don't know whether that person was an MP, coming across and actually beating up a woman. I'm sure we'll look at it. But for like what Honorable Songbibi said, we have an agenda that we have already adopted. I believe we should move ahead. And any other thing relating to this matter will come later on. Okay? Thank you. Liberia, go ahead. Followed by Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, you should be getting ready. Ghana will present later on, maybe sometime next week. So we'll have 2 presentations to make today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, colleagues, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Liberian delegation, I'm honored this morning to present to you the country report covering the period since our last sitting. And I do so on behalf of the entire delegation headed by Senator Erin Mervyn Snow, Senator Stephen J.H. Zago, Senator Jonathan L. Kaipe, Representative Haja Fatah Sion, and my humble self, Honorable Clarence Masakwa. The presentation of our report will address issues including the political situation in our country, security, the economy, education, human rights situation, healthcare, the status of implementation of our ECOWAS text, which will include the community level freedom, free movement, and etc. Every year during an opening of plenary session in Abuja, each country is required to report the general share and generally share the country experiences and intervention on the above agenda items, amongst others. It is against this background that the delegation of Liberian members of parliament to ECOWAS have prepared this report. Political situation. The World Bank and other international organizations are reporting on stable political situation in Liberia ahead of 2023 presidential and legislative elections. The presidential and legislative election will be conducted on October 10, 2023. In the wake of this development, there still exist fractions and conflicts within the political parties, especially of the opposition community, as seen below. Unity Party and all Liberian party versus the collaborating political parties. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, 4 opposition political parties, the All Liberian Party, the Alternative National Congress, and the Liberty Party, and the Unity Party in Liberia entered into an alliance in 2020 termed the Collaborating Political Parties. Beginning 2021, conflict engulfed the alliance, and by the beginning of 2022, 2 of the 4 opposition political parties, the ALP and the Unity Party, withdrew from the alliance. Upon their withdrawal, the remaining 2 parties of the CPP invoked a purported exit clause that was allegedly in the CPP framework document. The 2 withdrawing parties denied the existence of said clause, which would prevent them from contesting any elections after withdrawal when they signed a framework document. This led to a legal proceedings beginning at the National Elections Commission and ended at the Supreme Court of Liberia. In June 2020, the Supreme Court ruled that the exit clause was illegal and unconstitutional. Both parties can participate in any elections in the Republic of Liberia. ALP versus ANC. The government of Liberia, through Councillor Simon Serenius, C4 Solicitor General, dropped all charges for forgery and criminal conspiracy against the political leader of the Alternative National Congress, Mr. Alexander B. Cummings. The All Liberian Party of Benina Yure has sued Mr. Cummings and other officials of this party for allegedly altering the collaborating political parties framework by inserting an illegal exit clause that barred members of the CPP from contesting in any election until 2024. The Liberty Party still has a major internal split over alleged unauthorized expulsion of its political leader, Senator Yomli Kanga Lawrence, by this party chairman, Musa Hassan Berete, and 2, the alleged tampering of some provisions of the party's constitution by the party chairman. Both matters are still at the National Elections Commission and the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, as both political leader and the chairman battle for legitimacy and supremacy. Voters registration. The National Elections Commission, NEC, has begun preparations for the 2023 presidential and legislative elections. Voters registration is expected to begin from December 15 to March 17, 2023. The National Elections Commission, registered political parties and international partners have agreed to transition to biometric voters registration system. This will be the first time in the history of Liberia to use such a system. However, there is currently a stalemate which began in August 2022 between the National Elections Commission and the Public Procurement Concessions over the selection of a company to award the contract to supply the biometric system. The National Elections Commission has lettered ECAM two times, claiming that they were the only company that met all requirements advertised and therefore the most responsive bidder. The National Elections Commission requested no objection on both occasions from PPCC to award the contract for the supply of the biometric system and equipment to ECAM, and the PPCC has rejected to do so on both times, stating that ECAM does not have the requisite experience, profile, and capacity to supply the system and equipment. The delay in this procurement process has, by default, disrupted the initial timetable for voters' registration. The National Elections Commission is yet to share the adjusted timetable with political parties or the public. National census. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the National Population and Housing Census was announced to take place from October 24 to November 7, 2022 across the Republic. The census should have been conducted in 2018, but was postponed. The last census was conducted in 2008. The census was later postponed to November 22, 2022. However, from the planning stages of the census, there have been allegations of financial malpractice by officials of the Liberian Institute of Statistics and Geoinformation Services, as well as lack of capacity to conduct the census. There have been many setbacks experienced, including poor timing, ineffectiveness, and efficiency in the training of enumerators. Since the training phase of the census, there have been multiple protests by recruited enumerators based on corruption allegations from the selection of enumerators, conduct of tests, and payment of fees. Although the census is said to have begun on November 2022, it started on November 11, but has since been marred by huge criticism and resistance from the public. Ongoing intra and inter-tussles within the legis itself, which is charged with the responsibility to conduct the census, has caused much concerns and uncertainty, which has even led to the dismissal of 2 of its senior officials by the President of the Republic. It is not clear whether or not the process will meet internationally set standards for the conduct of census. However, both the executive branch of government and the legislature have agreed for the census to proceed and have thereby extended the deadline to January 2023. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, a couple of months ago, the United States government imposed sanctions on 3 senior government officials in August 2022. The officials sanctioned included the Chief of Office Staff of the President and Minister of State, Mr. Nathaniel McGill, Simon Sereno Cephas, the former Solicitor General, and the Managing Director of the National Port Authority, Mr. Bill Torre. All 3 officials were designated as foreign government officials who engaged in corruption, including misappropriation of state assets, taking private assets for personal gains, and or bribery. The Liberian presidency, with commitment to fighting corruption, initially suspended the 3 government officials and commissioned an investigation, which result is due very soon. The 3 government officials have since resigned from their respective posts, and the investigation is near completion. In December 2022, the Liberian leader, President George Weah, will join other world leaders to participate in the United States President Joe Biden Democracy Summit. The summit is intended for leaders from governments, civil society, and private sector actors to set forth affirmative agenda for democratic renewal and to tackle through collective actions the greatest threats faced by democracies today. Liberia's election was triggered by gains made in the last 3 presidential and legislative elections, the peaceful transfer of power in 2017, and the government's present consistent commitment to non-violent, free, fair, and transparent election amplified thus far. Security situation. On the overall, the security situation in Liberia is stable, although there are several early warning signs of possible political clashes, which may occur during the 2023 presidential and legislative election if care is not taken. There is a looming fear and anxiety amongst Liberians when discussing the upcoming elections. Despite Liberia's security challenges, she has maintained her commitment to maintaining peace and her presence in the sub-region. Peacekeeping role of the Liberian National Police. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, Liberia continues to support global and regional peacekeeping efforts as it forms part of the UN peacekeeping force stationed in Mali and South Sudan, respectively. Both troops from the armed forces of Liberia and the Liberian National Police force are currently serving said roles, respectively, in both Mali and South Sudan. Cross-border security. Echoes of recent military coups in neighboring Guinea, as well as other sister states such as Mali and Burkina Faso, continue to permeate fear in border security. The influx of migrants from these affected countries into Liberia, the volatile security situation along borders, and the fragile state of the country's security raise concern for border security and require swift action on the part of the government, ECOWAS, and partners to strengthen border security in the region. To this end, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the government of Liberia has recruited over 1,000 new police officers and 500 new military officers to beef up security in our borders. The unsettled conflicts due to influx of migrants from the West African region into border towns of the country is causing tension in some quarters, specifically the mass farming and logging by Burkinabes and illicit mineral mining by and an alleged illicit mineral mining by Ghanaians. Residents of the affected countries in Liberia have called on the government to intervene before the situation degenerates into conflict. Healthcare. From January 2020 to November 17, 2022, there have been 8,014 confirmed COVID cases, with 294 deaths as reported by the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health. As at November 6, 2022, a total of 4,264,190 vaccine doses have been administered. This, plus other efforts in the fight against COVID-19, had led a commendation for the Republic from the World Health Organization and other development partners. Fight against drugs and harmful substances. Liberia continues to enforce the fight against drugs and harmful substances. Recently, both houses of the Liberian House of Representatives and the Honorable Liberian Senate respectfully amended the Liberian drugs law to make illegal possession of drugs a non-bailable and is currently awaiting the president to be signed into law. Health services and data. In other development, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, in order to strengthen the health sector, the Liberian government dedicated a new dialysis center at the John F. Kennedy Medical Center in Monrovia. The government has recently dedicated 2 oxygen facilities in Monrovia, while the 100 bedrooms in Bapolu County is expected to be dedicated very soon. Other health data include life expectancy. Current life expectancies at birth for male in Liberia is 63.1 years, while for female is 65 years. Environmental protection and champion for climate change. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, in an effort to contain the impacts of climate change on sea erosion along the coastal belts of Liberia, the government of Liberia has secured over 17 million from the Global Climate Fund, the GCF, to build a coastal defense wall along the West Point Enclave in Monrovia. This will stem sea erosion from taking that stretch of land that has been earmarked as a target to any future urban housing development. Similarly, the GCF has also made available additional funding to build a coastal defense wall along the coast of the southeastern city of Greenville in Sino County. Additionally, His Excellency President George Manuel Weah recently addressed the 27th Conference of Parties, the COP27 on climate change held in Egypt on November 6, 2022 to foster climate change adaptation. He reiterated the call for equitable distribution of climate finance, especially to a country like Liberia, which is emitting little or nothing to the destruction of climate and yet preserving global climate through its sustainable forest management. Education. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, the Liberian Ministry of Education in August 2022 finalized an education sector plan, ESP, for 2023 to 2026. The ministry intends to achieve its ESP goals through the following strategic objectives and key interventions. Goal number 1, reduce the average student population starting at the ECL level. 2, reduce the percentage of out of school children at all levels, with particular attention to gender and regional disparities. Strategic objectives to select key interventions, ensure a functional, qualified, and motivated teaching workforce effectively deployed. Provide gender-responsive teaching and targeted learning materials that are aligned with the reformed national curriculum and inclusive of quality science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and technical vocational training and digital programs, and access students on a new curricular contents. Expand access to quality, inclusive, and gender-sensitive technical vocational training aligned to the labor market. Increase training and careers in STEM and digital education field to develop a capable workforce with skills needed for the 21st century and scientific literacy starting from the ECE level. Improve school quality standards and ensure that schools and education institutions provide healthy, safe, and productive and protective environments for learning. Strategic objectives and selected key opinions. Set up effective monitoring and evaluation through collection and use of quality management information system data for all education levels, including TVET and higher education, for improved management, governance, and accountability for the education system. Institute continuous professional development for leaders, including school principals, administrative staff, to increase the level of capacity of school administrators, and supervisors at all levels, at both central and decentralized level, with particular concern for women. Harness the potential of the private sector through strengthened public-private partnerships. Mr. Speaker, I will skip the rest of the data on education. I will come to gender. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, women political participation in Liberia is unfortunately still low. In 2020, women represented only 20 of the 118 eligible candidates during the special senatorial elections. The Liberian legislature has amended the election law, providing that all political parties must ensure that 30% of their nominees for legislative posts in 2023 general and presidential elections are not less than 30% of either gender, particularly females. The National Election Commission and political parties have signed the Violence Against Women in Politics Protocol, which aims at preventing gender-targeted violence against women voters and candidates during the upcoming elections. The rule of law and granting Liberian dual citizenship, which is under the caption Human Rights. His Excellency President George Manneh Weah has signed into law a dual citizen law that was passed by the National Legislature following a Supreme Court ruling that natural-born Liberians who have taken on other citizenships are still entitled to all rights reserved to their Liberian citizenship and Liberian passport, which paved the way for dual citizenship. In September 2021 communication from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Councillor Frank Musadin, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, informing him that the Supreme Court of Liberia has ruled as unconstitutional for a citizen of Liberia who, for whatever reason, became a citizen of another country to be automatically stripped of his or her Liberian citizenship without due process. This case came against the backdrop of a ruling on December 23, 2019, in which the Honorable Supreme Court then notified the controversial laws barring dual citizenship that was inspired by perseverance of Councillor Siwa Cooper, a former legal advisor to former President Eden Johnson Sirleaf, and his client Anthony Tish Jallow. The ruling ended nearly a decade-old quest to bring closure to a nagging issue that has kept diaspora-based Liberians on edge about the uncertainty regarding their standing in the land of their birth, for which Anthony Jallow, a Liberian born with American citizenship, was denied travel documents by the Liberian embassy in Washington, D.C. He was told that he needed a non-immigrant Liberian visa before he could be permitted to enter Liberia, the country of his birth. In search of justice, Anthony Jallow took the case to the Supreme Court, at which time he argued that Section 22.2 of the Alien and Nationality Law, which were enacted before the adoption of the 1986 Constitution, purports to automatically deprive Liberian citizens of their citizenship rights if they do certain things, such as vote in the elections of a foreign country or join the military of another country. He contended that these laws were repealed by Article 95(8) of the 1986 Constitution as being inconsistent with the due process clause of Article 20A of the 1986 Constitution. Seeing the reasons in Attorney Jallow's argument, in a landmark ruling, the Honorable Supreme Court opined that Section 22.2 of the Aliens and Nationality Law is in direct conflict with the requirements of Article 28 of the Liberian 1986 Constitution, which provides in part that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, security of the person, property, privilege, or any other right except as the outcome of the hearing judgment consistent with the due process of law. The economic situation. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, despite the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing geopolitical crisis in Europe, the general macroeconomic outlook of the Liberian economy is positive. Generally, the economy remains on a path of recovery characterized by significant improvements in the key macroeconomic indicators, thanks to the improved monetary and fiscal policy coordination. The Liberian economy, which was earlier projected to grow at 4.5%, was reversed downward to an estimated 3.7% for the year 2022. The moderation in real GDP is expected to be induced by a slowdown in economic activities across major sectors of the economy, particularly the primary and secondary sectors. In terms of sectorial disaggregation, in the primary sector, mainly agriculture and fishery, forestry, and mining, growth was projected at 4.4% in 2022, down from 7.2% in 2021, mainly attributed to the positive but declining rate of growth in the mining and agriculture and fishery subsectors. The mining sector is expected to record lower growth, mainly on account of the anticipated decrease in iron ore production. However, iron ore volume grew by 5.4% in the first half of 2022 to 2,652,650,000 metric tons from 2,515,000 metric tons in the first half of 2021. Also, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, growth in the agriculture and fisheries subsector moderated to 3.6% in 2022 compared to 4.0% recorded in 2021, reflected an anticipated decrease in rubber production. Rubber volume decreased by 13.5% to 35,109 metric tons from 40,591 metric tons in the first half of 2021. However, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, fish production increased by 7.8% in the first half of 2022 to 19,034,630 kilograms, up from 17,663,927 kilograms in the first half of 2021. Activity in the forestry subsector was estimated to increase to 2.1% in 2022 from 1.0% in 2021 on account of increase in log and timber production in addition to charcoal and wood production. The secondary sector manufacturing moderated to 3.6% from 4.7% recorded in 2021. The expected decrease in cement output should be the primary driver for the performance in the secondary sector. But current statistics do not support this trend. Cement output grew in the first half of 2022 compared to a corresponding period in a year ago. The tertiary sector also expanded with an estimated growth of 2.7% from 1.9% in 2021 on account of increased activity in services emanating from the trade and hotels, construction, and other service subsectors. In terms of the outlook, real GDP growth for 2023 is projected to increase by 4.7%, reflecting developments in the forestry agriculture, and fisheries sectors, manufacturing and service-related activities. In anticipation of increased economic activity, growths in all sectors are expected to rise, except for mining, which is expected to moderate on account of projected moderation in gold output. The key risks to growth, however, include supply chain distribution involving from the Russia-Ukraine conflict and an unanticipated resurgence in the global COVID-19 pandemic. Assessment of macroeconomic convergence criteria. In compliance of ECOWAS criteria on the convergence status, the continued implementation of macroeconomic policy thrust by the Liberian government enabled Liberia to attain four of the target criteria in the first half of 2022. During the period under examination, the country's status improved. Liberia met 3 of the primary convergence criteria compared to 2 in the corresponding period in 2021. The country satisfied the criteria on fiscal budget deficit, central bank financing, and gross external reserve in the months of imports, and cover, but failed to comply with the benchmark on average inflation criterion. On the secondary convergence scale, the country's performance was changed in the first half of 2021. The country met the public debt GDP ratio criterion and missed the exchange rate variation target due to over appreciation of the Liberian dollars. See table below. Primary criteria. Annual average inflation. Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, during the review period, Liberia missed the required benchmark of a single-digit inflation criterion. Although average inflation decreased to 7.1% in the end June 2022, down from 9.8% as of end June 2021. The moderation in inflation, both average and end of period, was largely explained by the Central Bank of Liberia monetary policy stance, the appreciation of the domestic currency, and constrained demand. Liberia satisfied the prescribed fiscal deficit criterion at 0.3% of GDP in the review period, marched against a negative 0.2% GDP recorded in end of June 2021. The achievement of this benchmark was due mainly to the implementation of fiscal consolidation measures, central bank financing of the fiscal deficit. Mr. Speaker, fellow colleagues, Liberia was able to satisfy prescribed central bank financial of the fiscal deficit criterion. The country met the targeted benchmark of 0.0% in the first half of 2022, parallel to 0.2% recorded in the corresponding period of 2021, largely due to the regulation under the requirement of the IMF program. Gross external reserves. The country satisfied the targeted benchmark at 4.5 months of import cover during the review period, compared to 2.4 months of imports attained in 2021, mainly driven by the SDR allocation made by Liberia by the IMF during the year. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, the targeted benchmark of this criterion score in the period under examination was 48.6% of GDP compared to 47.6% of GDP recorded in 2021, below prescribed the ceiling of 70.0%, indicating that the country satisfied the criterion underpinned by sustainable debt strategy. Nominal average exchange rate stability. The country missed this criterion with a score of 18.1% appreciation of the Liberian dollars against against the while we compare to a score of negative 9.6% depreciation registered in 2020. The appreciation of the Liberian dollar during the review year was occasioned largely by the contractionary and monetary policy stance of the Central Bank of Liberia, which was enhanced by the increased net inflow remittances. Medium-term outlook assessment of the convergence. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues. In the medium to long term, given these developments, given the global uncertainty unleashed by the war in Ukraine and the negative price talk of Liberia's key export commodities, mainly iron ore and rubber, real GDP growth is projected to slow down to 3.7% in 2022 after a strong growth of 5.0% in 2021. In the medium term, 2023 to 2025, growth is expected to rebound, averaging 5.4%, promise on expansions across the sectors. However, Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, key risks to the growth prospects include supply chain disruption as a result of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the probable resurgence of a global COVID-19. Inflation is projected to average 7.2% in 2022, with the end period expected at 8.5%. The single-digit projected rate of inflation will mainly be driven by the strong domestic currency coupled with the use of United States dollars as a legal tender currency in the economy. In the medium term, Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, headline inflation is projected to average 6.3%. The medium-term projection for the financial sector indicates that revenue mobilization is expected to average 16.4% of GDP, while expenditure is expected to average 27.8 million of GDP, ratio projected at 24.9%, 25.1%, and 25.1% for 2023, 2024, and 2025, respectively. Credit to the private sector percent of GDP is also projected at 15.2%, 16.0%, and 16.4%, respectively. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, on the external front, the medium-term projection shows that the current account deficit, including grants, will stand at 15.3% of GDP, 15.1% of GDP, and 14.9% of GDP in 2023, in 2024, and 2025, respectively. Gross international reserve is expected to average 4.2% in the medium term. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, the medium outlooks for the economy are predicted on the backdrop of sustaining the performance under the IMF External Credit Facility, ECF, for the remaining program period and beyond, and further consolidation of gains derived from the fiscal monetary coordination, which have culminated into achieving crucial benchmark and economic targets under regional and multinational organizations in the last 2 years. On the macroeconomic convergence front, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the country is expected to sustain its achievement in the 3 primary criteria of the 4 primary criteria by end of December 2022. Regarding the secondary convergence criteria, the country is expected to maintain its achievement on the public debt to GDP ratio by end of December 2022. Status of the implementation of community tax, the ECOWAS trade levy. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, Liberia has made significant progress in the payment of its community levy on a monthly basis, especially for the first quarter of 2022. However, the country continues to struggle in the payment of levy arrears and said amount is accumulating monthly as reconciled by the Community Levy Technical Mission in Liberia in February 2022. ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, the ETLS. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, the implementation of the ETLS continued during the year under review, and the number of registered companies under the scheme rose from 15 to 17 in 2022. Of the 17 companies, 15 are exporting active 40 products. Common External Tariff, the CET. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, since its adoption in 2017, the CET consider a 4-year migration plan that ends in 2022. However, the monitoring committee is yet to be constituted to ensure full compliance of member states, including Liberia. Liberia is yet to fully implement the operationalize is yet to fully implement and operationalize the CET. Additionally, the ECOWAS harmonized CET implementation is ongoing as the region is negotiating the African Free Continental Trade Area, the AFTA, as a bloc-wide, granting the ETLS trade performance to its member countries. Free movement. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, the country is continuously participating and complying with provision of the protocols on free movement of persons, goods, and services, and the right to residence, and has conducted a series of sensitization missions, especially carried out by the ECOWAS National Office and other partners involved in the integration process. Consequently, the ECOWAS Common Passport has been adopted. Visa-free movement of community citizens observed. The 90-day stay without residence permit implemented, and the National Biometric Identity Card has been rolled out. Protocol on automatic insurance. Mr. Speaker, fellow colleagues, esteemed members, the Liberia's Council of the National Bureau of ECOWAS Brown Card Scheme has completed the payment of 50% of its arrears to the Council of Bureau, which was a prerequisite for the lifting of the sanctions and partial waiver of the remaining debt. The National Bureau has also regularized Liberia's country contribution to the Council, which puts the country in line to assume full membership role and benefits under the ECOWAS Brown Card Scheme for 2022. This has been possible through the successful implementation of the simultaneous scale of the Brown Card alongside the motor insurance stickers as agreed upon in Protocol A/P1/5/A2 on the establishment of the ECOWAS Brown Card relating to motor vehicle third-party liability insurance. Convention on relating to the interstate road transit of goods, ISRT. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, the convention relating to the ECOWAS interstate road transit of goods, ISRT, is being implemented by Liberian authorities in line with the WTO, but major focus of the scheme is on the implementation of the MRU interstate road transit scheme within the framework of the MRU Truckers Association. The country is yet to establish and put into place the introduction of the way bridges. However, the country has issued and commenced the regulations of the exit load limit of 11.5 tons in compliance with the ECOWAS Supplementary Act of 2012, harmonization of indirect taxes. Esteemed colleagues, Liberia is planning to introduce value-added tax, a VAT. The value-added tax will replace the existing goods and service the service tax GST, which was increased from 7 to 10%. The authority established a value-added tax technical working group comprising of the Liberia Revenue Authority, the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, and also a value-added tax steering committee. It is an oversight body responsible for the implementation of value-added tax. It monitors and approves works of the value-added tax working committee. The value-added tax steering committee is chaired by the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, co-chaired by the Liberia Revenue Authority. Members of the value-added tax steering committee include: 1, the Speaker of the National Parliament, the National Legislature, the Minister of State, the Minister of Information, Minister of Commerce, Minister of Justice, and head of the Liberian Business Association, and serving representative, at least one from development partners. There is currently a resident ECOWAS consultant providing technical assistance on the value-added tax, and he has been doing an exceptional job with the team. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, the following documents have been drafted and recently validated at the technical working session in Buchanan by the technical working group pending validation and approval by the value-added tax committee. The draft value tax law, file value tax white paper drafted, value tax implementation plan, and value-added tax operation manual, and the validation consider aligning the draft value-added tax with the ECOWAS directives. Sensitization and awareness of the value-added tax payer education program that will acquaint taxpayers and the general public on various aspects of the value-added tax has been also taken into consideration, along the technical capacity building of staff of the Liberia Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, along with other government institutions critical to the implementation of the value-added tax. Economic Partnership Agreement. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, Liberia has assigned the Economic Partnership Agreement between West Africa and the European Union. However, the authorities are yet to commence domestication of the agreement pending conclusion of the agreement by ECOWAS. Power and energy. Esteemed colleagues, on the status of the implementation of ECOWAS infrastructure and transport policies and programs, Liberia wants to report a significant progress in the direction, as Liberia has just made good on its obligation to the West Africa Power Pool by deferring arrears in the tune of US $44 million to the Transcorp CLGS line from Cote d'Ivoire, which is expected to bring over 34,000 communities online across the country. Additionally, the World Bank has embarked on a construction of the solar panel at McCoffey Dam to beef up power during the summer season, while repair works are ongoing on the Bushore plant on one of the damaged HFO turbines as a means of restoring power to additional communities. Currently, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, major distribution and transmission works are ongoing across the country, and the government has set December 1, 2022 to light up a major portion of our Liberian population. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to report that since this is reflecting December 1, it can be confirmed that this milestone deliverable has been done just yesterday by the Liberian government. Finally, on road infrastructure, Liberia would like to report significant progress in this sector as works on the pavement of major primary road corridors, including the Logwato-Dainane Road, the Ganta-Bangam-Medikoma Highway, which links Liberia to Guinea and Sierra Leone, the Coastal Highway linking the southeast, as well as the Ganta Hapo Highway, in the Rabat International Airport Monrovia Highway, respectively, in line with the ECOWAS mandate for the Pan-African Trans-Highway project on coast. Usage of the newly dedicated Japanese free 400 Somalia Drive is a full utilization, while feasibility studies for the reconstruction of the Gabriel J. Tugger Bridge to the St. Paul Bridge Road corridor has commenced, and works on the Medina Rabat Highway linking Liberia to Sierra Leone through Cape Mount County link the western region of the country. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, on this note, I'd like to bring to a close the presentation of the Liberian Control Report, and I'd like to, on behalf of our committee, thank you so very kindly for the listening role. Thank you so very much. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Clarence Massacoy. Sierra Leone.
Good morning, honorable members. The 2022 second ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament, Sierra Leone Country Report. Members of the delegation are as follows. Honorable Cherno Aremba, the leader of delegation. Honorable Sidi Tunis, our speaker. Honorable Veronica Kadisise, myself. Honorable Ajibola Mani Spain, and Honorable Shaka Sama. Introductions. Mr. Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, the Right Honorable Dr. Sidi Mohamed Tunis, honorable members, distinguished guests, it is with great pleasure I bring you warm felicitation from the government and the people of Sierra Leone. On behalf of our delegation, I want to thank the Speaker, bureau members, and staff of ECOWAS Parliament for facilitating this ordinary session, and we are highly pleased to extend our profound thanks and appreciation to the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for their relentless and unflinching support to this Parliament. This report will present updates on issues highlighted in our previous report, which was presented to this House in June 2022, and will include the achievements we have made so far in meeting our obligations to ECOWAS. The following thematic areas will be covered in this report. 1. The political situation, the security situation, human rights situation, health situation, status of the implementation of the community texts and protocols, including the status of the implementation of community programs and projects, the performance of the microeconomic convergence criteria, the protocol relating to community levy, the protocol on free movement of persons and goods, the supplementary act on equality of rights between women and men for sustainable development in the ECOWAS region, and the environmental situation. Political situation in Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Political Party Registration Commission, PPRC, Act has been repealed and replaced by the new Act. The Political Parties Regulation Commission, PPRC Act 2022. The Act seeks to provide for the continuation of the Political Parties Regulation Commission, including the registration of political parties in accordance with sections 34 and 35 of the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. In another related development, the Public Elections Act 2012 has been repealed and replaced by the Public Elections Act 2022. The new act, which is now the substantive act that regulates public elections, is progressive in nature. Take out the "the." In order to reduce the rates of violence among the youths, the Political Party Registration Commission, with support from the United Nations Development Programme, the UNDP, provided training on negotiation, dialogue, and mediation for political party women and youth leaders. This training has helped to reduce the increasing tension as we approach next year's general elections, raising awareness on their actions that will positively promote nation building and peace. The Commission also introduced a dialogue launch as a flagship program to bring together political leaders with representation in the House of Parliament to discuss and profile solutions to national issues. This program has relatively helped to bridge the gap between the leadership of political parties in Parliament and, by extension, has improved political tolerance. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the latest MCC scorecard shows that in the category of ruling justly, Sierra Leone passed 5 out of 6 indicators, including the control of corruption. For the first time, Sierra Leone also passed the land rights and access indicator. The 2023 financial MCC scorecard also revealed that Sierra Leone scored 100% in terms of primary education expenditure, followed by freedom of information, gas primary education completion rates, control of corruption, and immunization rates, among others. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the provisional results of the 2021 midterm population and housing census indicated that Sierra Leone has a total population of 7,541,641, of which 3,825,378 that is 1%, are women, and 3,716,263, that is 49%, are men. The census figures were meant to be used for constituency and ward boundary delineation, in addition to creating room for development and enhancing plans for the midterm development plan. The Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone has announced that it has not got enough time to use the 2021 midterm census figures to delineate ward and constituency boundaries. The Chief Electoral Commissioner, Mr. Mohamed Kone, announced that the June 24, 2023 general elections will be based on the district block proportional representation system, though the opposition has rejected the PR system, maintaining that the condition under which the PR system can be declared does not exist. In the district block system, the election will be contested in 16 electoral districts by the political parties and independent candidates for the block or number of seats in parliament allocated to the district. The district block system was last used for the 2002 parliamentary elections. The elections has indicated that political parties and independent candidates are expected to meet the threshold of 11.9% to win a seat in the next parliament if the electoral regulations that will govern the conduct of the 2023 elections are approved by Parliament. The regulations on the district block representation system and the local government proportional representation system were laid in Parliament on the 23rd November 2022. The main opposition, All People's Congress, APC, who had registered its opposition to the proportional representation system, were accused of disrupting the proceeding, during which violence erupted and the police were called to restore decorum in the well of Parliament. Pursuant to Section 170, subsection 7 of the 1991 Constitution, the regulation shall come into force after the expiration of 21 days or until annulled by 2/3 of votes cast by members of Parliament. The security situation in Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Sierra Leone has remained peaceful after the August 10 unrest, though incidents of violent crimes such as robbery, assault, continue to pose a serious threat to peace, especially in Freetown. Local police often lack resources to deal effectively with serious criminal incidents, demonstrations, and protests, which have often resulted in violence. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on August 10, 2022, a protest against high cost of living resulted into deadly clashes between security forces and protesters, calling for President Julius Maada Bio to resign. Violence erupted in Freetown and other parts of the nation, which led to the death of 21 civilians and 6 security personnel. The government set up a 15-member special committee to investigate the August 10 demonstrations and their aftermath, including the causes, the source of financing, the execution and consequences of the violent acts, and to also assess the response of security forces during the riots. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on the 17th October 2022, a funeral ceremony was held for the victims of August 10 violent unrest. The government provided funds to each family to help with funeral rites. The victims were laid to rest in separate graves in Bolima Cemetery, Waterloo District, in the outskirts of Freetown. Intra and inter-party clashes often increase as we approach elections. The government maintains that changing to a PR system of voting will significantly reduce election violence, especially with the elimination of by-elections. Freetown, the capital city, is prone to landslide due to persistent torrential rains, which has continued to cause loss of lives and properties. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, human rights situation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there has been several reforms in the area of human rights in Sierra Leone. Among the Mano River countries, Sierra Leone is ranked first as the most peaceful country in the Mano River Basin, and the 2022 Global Peace Index, the GPI, report ranked Sierra Leone in the 50th position. The Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions has granted Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone a Grade 1 status in its latest ranking, indicating that the Commission fulfilled its obligations under the Paris Principles. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the US-based World Justice Project in 140 countries and jurisdictions shows that adherence to the rule of law fell in 61% of countries in 2022, but Sierra Leone's overall score increased by 1.2% and ranked 105th out of 140 countries nationwide, rising 3 positions from last year's. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to show how much importance the government places on education as a human right, the Student Loan Scheme Fund Act 2021 has been passed into law. The act is seeking to provide financial assistance to needy students in tertiary institutions in Sierra Leone. The scheme is expected to facilitate increase in enrollment into higher institutions of learning while promoting the right to education of all Sierra Leoneans. To promote land rights, the Land Commission Act 2022 and the Customary Land Rights 2022 have been passed into law by Parliament. The laws seek to provide for the establishment of National Land Rights Commission, the District Land Commission, and the other land administrative bodies to secure effective and holistic land administration and seek to provide for the protection of customary land rights. The elimination of discrimination against women. The land laws will boost the rights of women and will empower local landowners to negotiate and value their land. Parliament has also passed the Anti-Human Trafficking and Migrant Smuggling Act 2022, increasing the penalties for trafficking. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Health situation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, a few weeks ago, in a bid to strengthen the healthcare system, the Minister of Health laid before Parliament the Public Health Act 2022, which seeks to repeal the Public Health Act in 1960. The Act provides for the promotion, protection, and improvement of public health and well-being in Sierra Leone. The protection of individuals and communities from public health risk, the prevention of infectious diseases, local government communities' participation in protecting public health, and for early detection of and prompt response to diseases and public health threats. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, the Ebola and COVID-19 pandemics underscore the need for continued investment in the health sector. In order to reduce maternal and infant mortality, the improved adolescent health care, health infrastructure, and the governance of health workforce. Government in the statement of economic and financial policies for the financial year 2023 has committed itself to sustain disease surveillance and pandemic preparedness and response, support to the ongoing construction and the rehabilitation, secondary and tertiary hospitals, and peripheral health units. Government has also pledged to launch the construction of a cancer diagnostic and treatment center, strengthen the National Emergency Ambulance Services, launch the health financial strategy, and continue work for establishment of the Sierra Leone Health Insurance Scheme. The status of the implementation of community texts and protocols. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to ensure effective collaboration between the various stakeholders involved in the regional integration process and thereby strengthen the integrated implementation of ECOWAS programs at national level, the government has been closely working with the established coordinating committees, namely the Budget and Finance Committee, which also serves as ECOWAS Community Levy Coordinating Committee, Sector Program Committee. The BFC/ECLCC is an interinstitutional coordinating mechanism that is tasked with the responsibility to ensure effective collaboration among the various stakeholders involved in the implementation of the community levy. Current status of community levy implementation. On the 25th June 2021, the government of Sierra Leone externalized paid community levy areas to the tune of 44.416, 0.734, 0.323, 0.50 leones, that is $4,284,910 to the ECOWAS Commission. Current status of the ratification of ECOWAS protocols and convention. Out of the total of 54 protocols, Sierra Leone has ratified 42 protocols. There are 12 protocols that are yet to be ratified. Inasmuch as the implementing ministries, departments, and agencies, that is MDAs, are faced with challenges, but remain committed to the ratification process to ensure that the ratification and domestication of community texts are completed before the end of 2022. The ECOWAS National Office has embarked on engaging the various MDAs that are directly responsible for implementing the protocols and conventions on a case-by-case basis to offer legal assistance where need arises. Holding meetings with the MDAs for them to share their experiences in the process of ratifying or domesticating the protocols and conventions. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, status of the implementation of community programs and projects. The ECOWAS Conflict Resolution Mechanism Decision A/December/17/10/05 of the 28th session of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and the government convened in Accra, Ghana, on 19th January 2005, provided for the establishment of 2 logistics bases in ECOWAS sub-region, namely a humanitarian depot in Mali and a logistics depot in Sierra Leone. The construction of the ECOWAS logistics depot at Lunge, Sierra Leone is ongoing. Under regional joint border post program, other joint border post programs, the ECOWAS Commission is working with member states to reconfigure border crossing facilities to facilitate border crossing amenities, which aims to decongest and clear border points currently blocked by vehicles and haulers, sometimes for weeks. This is a key facilitation tool towards reduction of the numerous road checkpoints which slow down trade and increase costs. The ECOWAS Volunteers Program is a cadre of young men and women who give their services in the field of medical and academia within member states, including Sierra Leone. The last batch of the volunteers departed Sierra Leone in December 2020 upon the expiration of their contracts. The Scholarship of Excellence for Girls and Fistula programs were initiated by ECOWAS through the ECOWAS Gender and Documentation Center. As a member state of ECOWAS, Sierra Leone has over the years benefited from the grants in respect of the scholarship scheme and the Fistula program. Whilst the scholarship scheme is directly implemented by Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs through a constituted scholarship committee, the Fistula program was implemented by Hakar Foundation as sub-grantee. The Support to West Africa Integrated Maritime Security, SWAM, is a program of the Economic Community of West Africa, that is ECOWAS, funded by European Union with 28 million euros, which contributes to the improvement of maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. The object is to strengthen the operational response of law enforcement and management of the rule of law at sea in 12 ECOWAS coastal countries. The SWAM component aims essentially to address the need for ECOWAS coastal countries to meet the necessary conditions for the deployment of law enforcement forces capable of intervening at sea in timely manner in order to effectively curb the unlawful maritime activities. The primary convergence criteria. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, performance of the primary convergence remained the same in 2022 as well as in 2021, satisfying 1 gross external reserves. Out of the 4 primary criteria, the country did not meet the annual average inflation, central bank financing, and the fiscal deficit criteria. With respect to the secondary convergence criteria, the country met the nominal exchange rate variation, but missed the public debt to GDP criterion. Table as stated. The source is from the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Sierra Leone. The criterion on a single-digit average annual inflation rate was not met. Average inflation for the first half of 2022 was 21.92% compared to 11.9% for July to December 2021 period. During the period of February to June 2022, there were persistent increases in nearly all the groups on a monthly basis. But the main key driver to the increase was seen in the transportation and food groups due to very, very high prices in the fuel pump price of petroleum products, as well as a result of the Russian and Ukraine war, scarcity of some essential imported products, and further depreciation of the local currency as against the foreign currency, especially the US dollars. It was also observed that in May 2022 and June 2022, the inflation rate suffered a big jump from 24.87% point in May 22 to 27.95% point in June 2022. Transport and food inflation remain the most key drivers of overall inflation for months of January right through June 2022 when compared to 2021. The country met the nominal exchange rates variation criterion in the review period. The nominal exchange rate variation stood at 6.1% as at end of June 2022, which was within the threshold of 10.0% compared to 10.0% in the corresponding period in 2021, which was also within the threshold. The foreign exchange rate of the Leone vis-a-vis the US dollars depreciated in all foreign exchange markets segments during the first half of 2022, mainly underscored by an increase in global demand over supply for the US dollars as the Federal Reserve hikes its policy rate in response to the surge in inflation. Secondary convergence criteria. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, performance on the public GDP, the public debt, the GDP, was met as the ratio of public debt to GDP remained within the 70.0% threshold. The ratio of public debt to GDP was 71.0% as at end of June 2022, compared to 64.7% at end of June 2021. The stock of total public debt stood at 40.21 trillion leones, that is 3,003 billion US dollars, as at end of June 2022, moving from 32.23 trillion leones, that is 3.16 billion US dollars, end of June 2021, indicating an increase of 22.86% in the leones terms, but a decrease of 4.11% on US dollars basis. The variation can be attributed to the rate of exchange depreciation of the leones against the dollars. Table as stated. The source from the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Sierra Leone. The Protocol on Free Movement of People and Goods. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, through its lead identity management institution, the National Civil Registration Authority has concluded the public-private partnership-based procurement process to produce multipurpose national and ECOWAS compliance securitized biometric ID cards, as well as ID verification system and public key infrastructure. The design of the multipurpose securitized ID cards is consistent with ECOWAS specifications of the NACRA through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Such technical guide guidance from ECOWAS on the design and specifications of ID cards, of the ECOWAS ID cards. Production of the ID cards is centralized in Freetown, but application issuance is decentralized, covering urban cities and populated communities across the country to ease the burden on our people who in past moved to Freetown to apply for and receive the ID cards. The Supplementary Act on Equality of Rights between Women and Men for Sustainable Development in ECOWAS region. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in Sierra Leone, women accounts for 51% of the total population, yet occupies less than 20% of elected positions. Their voice, visibility, participation, and representation in elective appointive positions remain very, very low compared to men. Challenges faced by women are many and include lack of economic independence, high illiteracy, and entrenched customs and traditions, political violence and reprisals, the absence of progressive laws that protect and promote participation of women, and the lack of confidence to vie for public elections. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, gender representation is relatively low in Sierra Leone, as in the rest of West Africa. Sierra Leone was ranked 182nd out of 189 countries on the UNDP's Gender Development Index in 2020, and nearly half of the bottom 20 countries we are in West Africa today. 18 out of 146, that is 12% MPs in Sierra Leone Parliament, are women, while only 4 women serve in a cabinet of 32 ministers, men. The 4 ministers head the gender, tourism, marine, and social welfare ministries. The President, His Excellency, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, in his stance for an affirmative action for female representation, has been constantly giving support to the Gender Empowerment Bill, which was enacted on the 11th of November 2022. I just want to repeat this because we have already passed our 30% of female representation in all spheres. On the 11th of November 2022, the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act 2022 seeks to address gender imbalances by making provisions for increased elective positions for women, the promotion of gender equality in employment and training, the implementation of gender mainstreaming and budgeting, for access to financial institutions, and to prescribe procedures for the improvement of women's access to finance. The Public Elections Act 2022, which was also recently passed into law, provides for a woman to be among every 3 candidates to be presented by political parties for elections to parliament or local councils. Both the Gender Empowerment Law and the Public Elections Act 2022 will strengthen and improve women's participation and representation in Parliament and the local council. We must say thanks to His Excellency, our President. Environment and climate situation in Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, government is aware of the critical role of adequate climate adaptation and mitigation measures in building economic resilience and fostering sustainable green growth. To this end, government has renewed existing environmental legislations and has adopted a new national climate change policy. It has pledged to reforest and protect existing forests and restore degraded lands, mangroves, and wetlands to preserve the environment and attract carbon credits. government will be establishing a climate finance unit in the Ministry of Finance to lead on climate finance mobilization, increase institutional coordination, and build capacity to design funding programs. The government has also pledged to continue to invest the renewable sources of clean energy such as solar, hydro, and natural gas for producing electricity. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Sierra Leone experiences strong thunderstorms and intense rainfall during the rainy season. A World Bank study has found that the mortality from multi-climate induced hazards are high and getting worse as exposure is expected to increase. The coast, for example, is particularly vulnerable to climate change because of the extent of mangrove loss, forest loss. Exposure of the coastal populace to the effects of the sea level rise and winds are high, poverty levels. The country faces an array of formidable environmental problems, including land degradation, deforestation, loss of biological diversity, population of fresh water, resources, and coastal area degradation, which are a consequence of over-exploitation of the natural resources. Soil, water, forest, mineral, and marine resources, as the country is struggling to restore the socio-economic functionality. The threat of climate change and its associated problems has the potential to undermine the country's development efforts. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, mudslide and massive deforestations have affected Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone, had experienced persistent torrential rains since mid-August 2022. The highest recorded incident was on Sunday, 28 August 2022, which causes landslides that affected several communities in Freetown, destroying houses and other properties. The statistics gathered revealed that a total of 12,903 people and 1,870 households were affected, with 8 deaths, 79 injured, and 4 missing. Over 21% of the houses were flooded by water and 16.4% hit by landslides and inhabitable. A total of 17.7% of the population in 18 communities lost their assets to flood waters and mudslides, and over 14% of the affected population had their livelihood destroyed. Sierra Leone has been ranked among the countries prone to be adversely affected by climate change. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the government of Sierra Leone has developed adaptation and mitigation projects to address the adverse effects of the climate change. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the government has begun to integrate climate change adaptation measures into national development processes, strategies, climate smart policies, programs, and budgeting. It will therefore facilitate the integration process of climate change adaptation measures at different levels as deemed appropriate. Some of the projects seek to address the adverse effects of climate change based on existing mechanisms and practice such as development policies and regulations relevant to the development of coastal communities, urban growth planning, critical coastal ecosystem preservation, and the establishment of a national sea level observing system for Sierra Leone. As was stated before in this parliament, to further demonstrate the commitment to the national disaster management, the government and parliament of Sierra Leone has enacted the National Disaster Management Agency Act 2020 that provides for the establishment of the National Disaster Management Agency to manage disasters and similar emergencies throughout Sierra Leone. to establish offices of the agency throughout Sierra Leone, to establish national, regional, district, chiefdom disaster communities, to establish a national disaster management fund to provide finances for the prevention and management of disasters and similar emergencies throughout Sierra Leone, and to provide for other related matters. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Sierra Leone delegation wishes to reiterate our profound thanks and appreciation to the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and to the leadership and staff of the ECOWAS Parliament for hosting this session. I wish to ensure this august body of our country's commitment to supporting all regional initiatives to improve the standard of living of ECOWAS citizens. On that note, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2023. Thank you. Merci and obrigado.
Thank you very much. I thank the two delegations which have just presented their reports. Now the general debate is open. MPs who wish to intervene are invited to register on the intervention list. Honorable members, as you know, I'm a member of the student delegation, so I will calm down and Honorable Ibrahima will take over from here.
Chers collègues, bonjour. Je donne la parole à l'honorable Tunkara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I equally see the opportunity to thank each and every presenters of these two countries, that is Liberia and Sierra Leone, for the meticulousness. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, it takes me to the Liberian country report. On page 2, they reported that the NEC requested no objection on both occasions from the PPC to award contract for the supply of biometric system equipment to the EKMP, and the PPC has rejected to do so, time stating that they do not have the requisite experience. I want them to make clarity on that. Someone having won a contract to supply electoral materials, other institutions are rejecting that. So what are the powers vis-a-vis who does what and how, and what is the status quo? And secondly, also, they did mention something on page 10, reporting on environment issues, but they also lamented on the issue of activity in the forestry sector, subsector, was established to increase to 2.1% in 2022. But if you also look at it also, they also report an increase in the log and timber production, and in addition to charcoal wood production. These are contradicting. Are they fighting towards climate green environment, or does you have law of banning charcoal production? Is there any law that really discourages this? We would like to know. So these are the two questions I have for Liberia. And as for Sierra Leone, we want them to elaborate on what do they mean by the block district system. What does it entail? How is that conducted? Hence, there has been a census being conducted, but they're not going by that. Rather, they're going by the district block system. What is the arrangement? If you win, what percentage do you collect, or what is the entire system? And secondly, also on page 3, it's been reported that on the 17th of October 2022, a funeral ceremony was held for the victim of August 10 violence unrest. The government provided funds for each family to have the funeral rites. The victims were laid to rest in a separate graves in Bolima Cemetery, Waterloo. Well, we want to also know whether there has been any opportunity created to make sure that the victim family deserve or given the rights to come and bury their own people. Has there been any avenue created to give back the bodies to the families of victims for them to be laid to rest? We're interested to know that. That is my question to the delegation. And I will stop here and give others the opportunity. Thanks so much.
Merci à vous, Honorable Ogene.
Thank you for yielding the floor to me. As members of ECOWAS Parliament, we are supposed to see early warning signs of the political situation. They saw it in Guinea and a host of other places, and they couldn't take any action, and the military struck. You find out that each time the military strikes is because of the shortcoming of we, the politicians. From the two reports presented, I take on Liberia first. On the, let's see. The first page just said the World Bank and other international organizations are reporting unstable political situation in Liberia ahead of 2023 presidential legislative election. In other words, if the World Bank and other international bodies are reporting that there is an unstable political situation that could affect elections in Liberia, I think this parliament should take it up with heads of state and let them send a delegation to go and see President of Liberia and other politicians here. The danger of not doing that is that when this unstable political situation gets worse, the military could take over. And then in ECOWAS Parliament will be short of one more person. So what I'm saying is that such a thing needs to be investigated. They're going to Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone report is beautiful. But we also hear, stated here, that there's a major dispute as to representation and how the election will be done. It's obvious. If you speak with one Sierra Leone delegate or two, they will tell you that the political situation they are going towards the election is unstable. There's no need for we to hide anything from each other here. If we in Nigeria discover that there will be no free or fair election, of course we say it out. Because if we say it out, and ECOWAS intervenes, it's helping us. But if we know that there's something that could create problem in the country, and then we come here and sit down and say there's nothing, and something happens, we have lost two countries. So I think we need to look at the political situation is in Liberia and in Sierra Leone, as reported by the two papers. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues. Honorable Damidela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to commend the presenters of the country report for both Liberia and for Sierra Leone. I'll quickly make my interventions as follows. On the country report presented by Liberia, I just want to draw attention to the controversies or apprehensions or inadequacies surrounding the preparations and the conduct of the national census. We all know how important it is for us to have accurate data for the purpose of planning and development. Unfortunately, in most of our countries in the sub-region, we have issues of politics coming to interfere with the smooth conduct of national census. Some of the problems identified here are also ranging from corruption to inefficiency and to lack of a political will of the political leaders to ensure that the process is conducted in a manner that will be seamless. And I think this is very worrying, especially given the fact that national census in most of these countries are also supported by development partners, from around the world. And a few reports that are available on the preparation for the census in Liberia is pointing towards the fact that this exercise may not be successful at the end of the day. And I want to thank the Liberian delegation for the candor displayed in this report, because they have been very candid in trying to present, the problem as it is to us. And I think as be able to lend our voice to calling on all concerned to take proactive measures to ensure that the conduct of the census is not marred with with these problems. The second issue I want to talk about in Liberia, also more of a commendation, is the passage of the law that guarantees 30% representation for women in parliament. And I think this is a very good one, which I hope other countries will be able to emulate, and also, in accordance with the global trend of trying to entrench more women participation in our decision making. On Sierra Leone, Mr. Speaker, I'm also concerned about the political stability in Sierra Leone. And I want to say that in the countries in West Africa today, it appears to me to be one of the most worrisome because of the reports that come out, especially with regards to management of intra and inter-party conflict. Mr. Speaker, there was a reference to the August 10th protest and the measures that happened after them. But there was a specific reference to the establishment of a panel of inquiry. Maybe that was not the exact word used, but a panel that was supposed to investigate the causes of the August 10th protest and try to also look at culpabilities, if any, and bring out measures to prevent such. Unfortunately, we do not have an indication that process has been completed. August to December is such a long time, and the elections are just close by. I want to know what time frame exists for that panel of inquiry, and how all-encompassing is that panel of inquiry? How inclusive is it of members of the opposition, especially in ensuring that whatever report come out of it, is acceptable to all. And finally, like my colleague also said, the issue of the conflict we had in the Sierra Leonean Parliament on the debate concerning the amendment of the law to ensure that representation is now based on proportion, to entrench proportional representation. That happened just a couple of days ago, that we had a very major brawl on the floor of the Parliament in Sierra Leone. I want the delegation to please throw more light on this, and how well are they also able to solve the problems surrounding this, to ensure that whatever amendment of the law happens in good time before the actual elections. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, chers collègues. Honorable Darbo.
I want to my colleagues to thank the presenters for the two countries that ably presented their reports. Reports were explicit and straightforward. I will have some observations and comments on the issue of the report from Liberia. The report from Liberia, the concern area is on the political situation and that of the security situation. As alluded by an honorable member before, the report that the political situation is unstable, even though it is mainly on inter-party wrangling, is a cause of concern. And then, as he said earlier on, that should be taken into much consideration, not only by Liberia, but ECOWAS as a whole. This is also related to the security situation. In the report in page 4, overall the security situation in Liberia is very stable. There are several early warning signs of possible political clashes, which may occur during the 2023 presidential legislative election if care is not taken. Honorable Speaker, with that and then the other area that connected to security as well is the cross-border security. On that, it is noted that the influx of the migrants from these affected countries in Liberia, the volatile security situation along the borders, and the fragile state of the country raise the concern for the border security and require swift action on the part of the government and ECOWAS and other partners. Honorable Speaker, this is showing ECOWAS the early warning sign that Liberian delegation is very open, and they have shown us exactly what the security situation of the country is and what timely intervention ECOWAS is supposed to do to address the situation. Like my honorable colleague said, I think it's high time ECOWAS acts swiftly to address the situation. It is the same situation in Sierra Leone as well, even though the claim is that the political situation is stable, but there are looming concerns regarding the political situation. And I would also like to ask the time frame of the investigation that is going around the April 10 unrest. The incident happened way back in April, now in December. There is no time frame. How far the investigation has gone, we need to know. And we hope the panel will do justice to the investigation, and equally, the government will also do justice to the report that will be presented to them by the panel. On that, I thank you.
Merci, cher collègue. Honorable Diallo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleague to thank the two countries, that is Liberia and Sierra Leone, for presenting their report. I would actually start with Liberia. Honorable Speaker, I would thank the Liberian delegation for actually giving us exactly what is happening in their country, especially the political and the security situation. If the Honorable Speaker can remember, recently there was a delegation to Liberia, which I was among. And then it seemed that exactly we met with most of the stakeholders, especially the political parties. And actually, I'm not actually preempting the report, but the information we gather from those political parties is exactly what the Liberian delegation reported. Then therefore, as the honorable member from Banjul said, it is actually an early warning, and then an ECOWAS definitely need to take a step. I was part of the delegation. We met the political parties, but actually it was a very, very, very tense discussion. When they are talking, you know that there is something in their mind. So we must be very careful with Liberia. On Liberia, before I go to Sierra Leone, on the sanctioning of the government official, on your last paragraph, you said they resign from their respective posts and the investigation had not been completed. It is because of that they resigned, the investigation stopped, or it is in progress? Then on your microeconomic situation also, I can see you have reported in metric tons, both on rubber and other products, but you did not report in metric tons when it comes to cereals, and cereals are very important. Then on Liberia, Honorable Speaker, on their political situation. Honorable Speaker, reading from the first paragraph to the third paragraph, tell us that the political situation in Sierra Leone is not stable. You see, I think, as I mentioned earlier, it could have been done the way the Liberian delegation did, to tell us exactly what is happening in that country. A situation where police are entering parliament to make sure that there is a decorum in parliament means that that country political situation is not stable. So I think Liberia, Sierra Leone definitely need to come and then tell us exactly what is the political situation in this country, because they are heading election by next year. Thank you.
Merci, collègue. Honorable Sama. Ade Sama. Honorable Carlos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam
Is
Speaker.
Sama speaking?
Yes, it's Sama from Sierra Leone.
Okay.
I don't have any question for Sierra Leone. My question is for Liberia. Thank you. My question is for Liberia. I don't have any question. Madam Speaker, my question is on the voter registration. Now, according to information, the process should start on December 15. Now there is a disagreement between NEC and PPCC over award of contract. This is going to affect probably the timetable for the elections. We saw in another case the president taking some decisive action that led to the sacking of 2 senior officials. My question is, what is the executive doing about the peaceful resolution of this probably conflict of interest between these 2 critical bodies that are responsible for ensuring that there are free and fair elections? Because it's very serious. The executive has the responsibility of resolving such disagreements so that the election is not affected. I also come to page 5 of the Liberian report. Now, we are trying to transit from an ECOWAS of nations to an ECOWAS of people. Something was mentioned negatively about Burkinabes and Ghanaians, which I want further clarification on. Now, how can Burkinabe and Ghanaians leave their countries and come to Liberia and engage in illicit or illegal activities without the involvement of Liberians?
Are the Malians alone or Burkinabe alone doing that, or do they have Liberians that are working with them? It is good when you are naming maybe criminals, you name your own criminals. It cannot just be Burkinabes and Ghanaians. There are Liberians involved, definitely. You must have a host. When the chief goes to another chiefdom, he has to present himself to the chief. Criminals also present themselves to the host criminals. I'm happy that when Mr. Honorable Masako was reading the report, he used the word alleged, but the alleged was not stated in the report. I'm sure at that point he noticed that it has to be alleged. I think the report is also an indictment of the government of Liberia, because if they know that they are Burkinabe and Ghanaian criminals engaged in illegal logging and mining, and they cannot go there to arrest them, but they can come and report here that Burkinabes and Ghanaians. I'm sure if you go there now, you are going to find Liberians there too. So I think we have to ensure that we support those things that can keep us together. We cannot report one group of criminals and leave out the others just because they are our own criminals. So I think we have to ensure that we are here because we want to be one people. So we cannot single out a particular countries for negative comments and leave out our own. And there was also a report about a law that make illegal possession of drugs non-bailable. Sometimes we make certain mistakes. We target the victims. And what about the big people that are the importers? These are the people who are benefiting. To refuse bail to a victim who is found in possession of the drug. What about the millionaires that are importing the drugs? I think I want to know, this is a question, what provision is in the new law that will target the perpetrators who are the importers? Because sometimes you have the criminals trying, the big criminals trying the smaller criminals. What provision do you have in your law to target the importers? Because there is a new drug that is called Kush. I've not seen it. It's created a lot of problems. I was in Liberia about less than a month ago, and in my country also in Sierra Leone, there's information going around that this drug is being circulated widely. It's even found in the villages. And I saw very close to my house in Freetown, a lady that was under the influence of what? Kush, sleeping while standing. So it's very serious. So it is not enough to target the victims, who are the boys and girls on the street, or the ladies and women on the street. We have to also target those who are bringing in these drugs illegally into our countries. So I think my question was, or is, what has the new law provided to ensure that the perpetrators, the bigger criminals are targeted, and not just the small boys and girls that are on the street? And on page 6, you spoke about reduce our strategic objective for increased equitable access to education. You spoke about reduced overage student population. I was interested in the word overage. I checked my dictionary. Overage means an excess or surplus, especially the amount by which a sum of money is greater than a previous estimate. How can this apply to reducing the overage student population? Overage student population. I want some clarification on that. For Sierra Leone delegation, I have no question for them. Thank you very much.
How can you?
Merci, cher collègue. Honorable Carlos.
Obrigado, senhora Presidente. Primeiro queria felicitar os países pela apresentação dos relatórios e pelos avanços que conseguiram em determinadas matérias e exortar, portanto, também esses países a melhorarem os aspectos que precisam ser melhorados. Em relação à Sierra Leone, queria alguns esclarecimentos em relação à situação dos direitos humanos. O relatório refere que houve várias reformas no domínio dos direitos humanos. Se é possível exemplificar ou mencionar quais foram essas reformas e quais são os impactos que tiveram, portanto, na melhoria nas condições, portanto, do país. Fala-se também dos esforços que o governo tem feito para promover a educação para todos, o que esperamos. Apenas queria saber qual é a taxa de alfabetização na Serra Leoa. Preocupa um pouco a taxa de inflação, que é muito elevada, mais de 27 pontos percentuais. O que é que o governo da Serra Leoa está a fazer? Quais são as medidas que está a tomar para evitar que a população perca ainda mais o seu poder de compra devido, portanto, a essa alta taxa de inflação? Em relação à Libéria, subscrevo também aquilo que disse os meus colegas em relação à alerta, preocupação com possíveis confrontos políticos que podem acontecer em relação às eleições de 2023. É uma alerta que deve ser levada a sério e também concordo que deve-se enviar uma delegação para apurar de perto essas situações e acompanhar essas situações de perto, para evitarmos, portanto, o pior e que as eleições possam ocorrer da melhor forma possível. O relatório relata também uma situação complicada ou confusa em relação ao recenseamento. Eu penso que também é uma questão que deve ser devidamente acompanhada pelas entidades nacionais. E queria perguntar, portanto, a delegação, qual é a real situação em relação à questão do recenseamento para as eleições e se acreditam mesmo se o prazo até janeiro de 2023 irá ser realmente cumprido. Tanto a Libéria como, para terminar, tanto a Libéria como a Serra Leoa apresenta ainda baixos níveis de participação feminina das mulheres na política e em cargos de decisão. Congratulamos com as reformas que começam a ser feitas, reformas legislativas, legais que começam a ser feitas para melhorar essa situação e pedimos que continuem com tomada de medidas e reformas para melhorar cada vez mais a participação feminina na política e em órgãos de decisão, porque isso aumentaria a representatividade e melhoraria a qualidade da democracia. Muito obrigado.
Chers collègues, honorable Gabriela.
Muito obrigada, senhora Presidente. Gostaria de juntar a minha voz com os colegas que me antecederam, que é para felicitar os apresentadores dos dois países. A minha preocupação é sobre a Serra Leoa. Serra Leoa nos apresentou um quadro de representação feminina, tanto no Parlamento como no governo. O mais gritante é no governo que 32 lugares, no governo só houve 4 mulheres. E para isso, o senhor Presidente da República, tomando em consideração todos esses dados, e o Parlamento também aprovou, e ele promulgou, em novembro último, a Lei da Paridade. O que eu felicito tanto, mas só queria... A minha questão é a seguinte: qual é a percentagem fixada nesta lei? E será que esta lei inclui alternância de gênero? E qual é o instrumento criado para seguimento e implementação desta lei? porque é isto que é a nossa deficiência nos nossos países, em todos os países, seguimento das leis. Nós sabemos que as mulheres em todos esses nossos países sofrem com a exceção de 2 ou 3 países que temos aqui nesta sala, mas ainda continuamos a sofrer. Para mim, as mulheres de Sierra Leone, eles enfrentam as campanhas, enfrentam todos os trabalhos em todo o campo, mas não é admissível termos só uma mulher. Será que os outros não estão a trabalhar? E qual é o trabalho que vai ser feito entre os partidos políticos, na escolha das mulheres para as listas? É aí que está. E também, mesmo no poder de decisão, é necessário fazer um trabalho. Por isso que eu estou pedindo, se o presidente vai implementar uma equipa de seguimento que é para seguir esse diploma. Muito obrigada.
Merci, cher collègue. Honorable Villan. Honorable Villan.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je suis heureux de pouvoir constater que les 2 rapports qui nous sont soumis ce matin sont appréciés par l'ensemble des parlementaires et en témoignent les encouragements et les remarques dans le fond et la forme que nos collègues ont eu à faire, qu'ils en soient félicités. Madame la Présidente, je n'ai pas de problème particulier ou de grief à formuler à l'encontre de l'un ou de l'autre de ces 2 pays. Au contraire, à ma qualité de parlementaire, à ma qualité également de président du réseau qui se bat pour l'égalité en genre, j'ai de très bonnes nouvelles pour ces 2 pays. Je les y encourage. Mais l'examen des rapports pays, et cela je l'adresse au Parlement et singulièrement à nos assistants parlementaires. L'examen de ces rapports pays doit évoluer. Nous devons nous adapter. Il ne doit plus s'agir d'audition, de débat entre les parlementaires et les présentateurs de ces rapports pays, et puis on dit adopter. Non. Je pense que cet examen doit permettre au Présidium et au Parlement de la CEDEAO de saluer tout ce qui est positif quand il le faut et quand c'est noté, de faire des recommandations, des conseils et, partant, d'élaborer un plan d'activité qui va permettre au Parlement, tenant compte de ce qui ressort des situations qui nous sont présentées, de dérouler un plan de travail. Sous ce rapport, je voudrais que nous adressions, Monsieur le Président du Parlement, des lettres d'encouragement et d'exhortation à l'effort soutenu à ces 2 pays pour les initiatives qui sont prises en vue de renforcer et de relever le niveau de représentation des femmes dans les instances de décision et dans les institutions politiques. Mais que ces lettres d'encouragement ne s'adressent pas seulement au président des différentes républiques, mais que ça s'adresse à l'ensemble de la classe politique. Parce que ce combat-là, ce n'est pas un combat des régimes, c'est un combat qui transcende les régimes, qui va dans tous les partis politiques. Il faut que nous arrivions, à défaut de la parité, ce qui est le souhait, que nous arrivions à rendre effectif, courant 2023, le respect strict des 30% dans toutes les assemblées électives. Et que nous fassions des recommandations pour que quand même, dans chaque gouvernement, le nombre de femmes soit renforcé. Je pense que ces messages d'encouragement, les États en ont besoin. Je rappelle que tout ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui, on le fait dans un contexte où la perception que l'opinion de la sous-région a de notre institution, de notre instrument, pose problème. Il faut donc que nous soyons plus proactifs. Je voudrais aussi recommander que, après cette session, le Parlement adresse des correspondances à tous les États, mais particulièrement à ces deux, parce que ce sont ces deux-là qui sont à l'ordre du jour aujourd'hui, pour que les problèmes frontaliers, transfrontaliers, soient pris au sérieux et que les parlementaires de ces différents pays puissent avoir des initiatives pour promouvoir, encourager la libre circulation des biens et des personnes. C'est extrêmement important et je pense aussi que nous devrions adresser une correspondance à la Commission de la CEDEAO et aux différents commissaires par rapport aux politiques publiques qu'ils ont en charge. Nous devons pouvoir leur faire des recommandations à l'issue de l'audition de l'ensemble des rapports pays, parce qu'on peut noter des choses sur lesquelles on doit pouvoir insister pour que les efforts soient renforcés. Sur le prélèvement communautaire, juste après avoir fini la présentation du rapport pays du Sénégal, je me suis ouvert personnellement à mon État. Et il m'est parvenu, pas plus tard qu'hier, pendant que nous étions là, le représentant du Sénégal à la conférence au Conseil des ministres a été dépêché pour venir me voir ici, dans cette assemblée, et j'ai passé toute la journée à discuter avec lui. Il m'a prouvé que le Sénégal a apuré tous ces retards. Il restait simplement un montant minime sur lequel ils ne sont pas en accord avec leurs autres collègues. Mais qu'à partir d'aujourd'hui, avant la réunion des chefs d'État, le Sénégal réglera à 100% son retard. Ça, c'est pourquoi, si je le dis, c'est parce que je pense que nous nous sommes trop apitoyés, nous nous sommes trop émus sur le sort ou la situation qui prévaut au Cap-Vert. Le Cap-Vert n'étant pas à l'ordre du jour aujourd'hui, mais c'est un prétexte. Je souhaite que non seulement nous adressions des lettres en tant que Parlement à ces États, en leur disant que ça pose problème, ça met mal à l'aise les représentants, ça met mal à l'aise leurs élus, et en ce moment-là, nous ferons un plaidoyer, y compris en allant jusqu'à y envoyer une délégation. Dernier élément, Madame la Présidente, je souhaite que pour ces deux pays, nous puissions exhorter par une déclaration politique forte l'ensemble des leaders politiques à consolider la paix, la stabilité, et qu'on puisse, à l'endroit du gouvernement, les exhorter à prendre à bras le corps les questions de sécurité intérieure et transfrontalière. Et enfin, dans cette lettre d'exhortation, nous devons les encourager à aller dans le sens de l'approfondissement de la démocratie en tenant compte, bien sûr, du phénomène genre. En perspective de l'élaboration, l'élection des députés au Sénat universel direct, je pense aussi qu'après avoir écouté le rapport pays et tenant compte de ce que nous avons dit, nous devons encore, je réinsiste, faire des messages à ces pays pour que cette question-là fasse partie maintenant de la nomenclature, de l'architecture qui rende compte des rapports pays. Madame la Présidente, dernier élément que nous gagnerions nous tous, chaque pays a intégré. C'est la remarque faite par un collègue tout à l'heure, je crois que c'est l'honorable Sama, je le félicite, sur la convocation du nom d'un pays dans un rapport pays, un pays voisin. C'est des questions délicates. Quand nous n'avons pas de preuves par la pièce d'identité des malfrats, ou des bandits, ou des trafiquants, il faut éviter de les attribuer à un pays. On peut les nommer à travers un vocable générique de banditisme transfrontalier remarqué dans la frontière, au niveau de la frontière entre tel État et notre pays, sans accuser ce pays. Parce que très vite, c'est la stigmatisation, très vite, c'est l'indexation, très vite, c'est des incompréhensions. Et au niveau du Parlement où nous sommes, nous devons éviter de tenir des propos qui peuvent être mal interprétés par les autres États. Enfin, puisque je ne suis pas sûr de pouvoir reprendre la parole d'ici la fin de l'étude des rapports pays, et que nous avons des États qui sont partis de la sous-région, qui font partie de la communauté, mais que ces États-là sont encore l'objet de sanctions, je souhaite qu'à la prochaine rencontre, session extraordinaire ou ordinaire, que le Parlement invite les derniers élus qui sont issus de ces pays-là, qui sont sous sanction, pour que nous puissions discuter avec eux. C'est des remarques, c'est des propositions qui visent à donner au Parlement les moyens et l'occasion de mieux incarner sa vocation de Parlement sous-régional. Je vous remercie de votre attention et je me joins à Madame la rapporteure de la Sierra Leone pour vous souhaiter Noël à vous tous et à vos familles. Je vous remercie.
Merci, cher collègue Villan. Honorable Moustapha Lekan, vous avez la parole. Excusez-moi si j'écorche le nom. Est-ce qu'il est dans la salle? Vous avez la parole.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few of the comments I had wanted to make has been attended to by some of our colleagues, but in the meantime, there are a few things that they didn't touch in addressing the issues involved. I will want to make some observations on Liberia's report. On page 2, on the problems between the National Elections Commission rather, and the Public Procurement and Concession Commission. There can be so many ways to look at this problem. We all know that biometrics, apart from reducing the inflation of number of voters, it is the cleanest way of knowing exactly or something very close to the number of voters or the population that you have in a particular environment. But are we sure that what this Public Procurement and Concession Commission is doing is not deliberate in order to derail the exercise? Because if the exercise is not successfully carried out, there's no way a credible election can be held. I think we need to look closely into this, and possibly the Parliament might want to set up a small group, or possibly the committee that is responsible for election matters, to look into this and report back to the Parliament. But in the meantime, I also don't know whether there is a laid down procedure that should be followed by government of Liberia when this kind of situation arises. Thank you very much. Then I'll go to page 8. It's just a comment. Page 8, item number 5. The Liberian legislature has amended the election law, providing that all political parties must ensure that 30% of their nominees for legislative posts in 2023 are females. These are just nominees; they are not representatives. It is possible that you nominate 30% of your candidate from Party A, and Party B will also nominate 30% females in their own parties. At the end of the elections, maybe 10% of the 30% will win elections. So we will still be back to square one. Maybe something better could be proposed to ensure that at least 30% of the parliament in Liberia or political positions are held by women. Something more foolproof. But when you nominate, it's no guarantee that they will win elections. And at the end of the day, it will still come back to the same position that we don't have enough women representing the people. Thank you very much.
Merci. Honorable Snow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my team to Sierra Leone. Madam Chair, we are very concerned about the political situation in Sierra Leone. For the third time, the military has entered the wells of the Parliament of Sierra Leone and brutalized members of parliament, especially of the opposition. I think there's a grave situation, and this parliament must send a fact-finding mission to Sierra Leone to investigate this major violation. It's not the first time, it's not the second time, it's the third time. The second issue in Sierra Leone is that less than a year to election, Sierra Leone is still trying to change the electoral law. They're still trying to change the election law to work in the favor of the ruling establishment. I think it's quite alarming, and maybe the Sierra Leone delegation need to speak to this again. The issue of the demonstration on page 3, I think is being diluted. The demonstration was of grave concern, security and political situation, and maybe the delegation need to speak a little more about it. Unlike the Liberian delegation that has 5 members, 3 of which from the opposition party, Mr. Masokwe from the main opposition, Mr. Kapie and Mr. Zago from same party opposition, Representative Faja Sayon from the ruling party, and I'm an independent candidate. Sierra Leone delegation have 5 members, 1 independent, 2 ruling party, 2 opposition. You will notice today that none of the opposition members are here for the country report. It's of grave concern, and I hope the Sierra Leone delegation can tell us why the opposition members are not here while they are presenting the country report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci beaucoup. Je traîne parce que la traduction n'est pas finie. Honorable Kaipai Jonathan.
Thank you.
Honorable Massakwai, you want to speak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me say thank you to the 2 countries that presented their report, including Liberia. Madam Speaker, colleagues, my attention has been drawn to the political and security situation in neighboring countries, Sierra Leone. Even though, according to the report, it stated that the security situation is stable after the August 10 incident, I think that statement needs to be rethink and maybe restated, because we know just a few weeks ago there was a situation at the parliament where parliament member had to fight, and like my colleague said, security personnel had to come in. I'm sure we don't want to consider that kind of situation as saying that security situation is stable. I think we need to speak to the facts. When these early warning signals are quote-unquote compromised in terms of how we present it to Parliament, and then sometimes the obvious or the unavoidable sometimes happens, I think it's good to state the facts so that if we want ECOWAS to intervene and to have stake in it, I think it's good to get a real picture. We have been in Sierra Leone for some time, in and out, whether on government or ECOWAS mission or private mission. We see there's a little bit of tension between here and there, and I think we need to see that as an early warning signal towards the general election. And so I think the delegation need to speak to that when it comes to the security situation currently. My next issue has to do with the situation about the August 10. The report says that citizens took to the street demanding that the cost of living condition is high. I think the delegation failed to tell us what has the government put in place that will help to mitigate that particular challenge. Even though amidst the global challenges, the government, in addition to establishing a committee, should go further, because the honor is upon the government to provide the enabling environment for their citizens. So I think the delegation need to tell us what mechanism the government has put in place that will
avoid the reoccurrence of such. I don't know whether the cost of living condition has changed. And if nothing is done towards that, I'm not sure what will happen. Finally, Madam Speaker, to the Sierra Leone delegation, I don't know to what extent the committee that was set up to investigate this situation, whether they have come up with any finding up to the time they brought the report, because I think those are situations that will set some of the standards that will allow our people to hear something that will appease them. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Madam Speaker,
Merci, cher collègue. Honorable Zago.
we ready?
Okay. Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Let me use the opportunity to thank the Sierra Leone delegation, the Liberian delegation, for its splendid report. When I'm speaking on issues affecting Sierra Leone, I do it with emotion because Sierra Leone and Liberia has too much in common. There's too much of similarity, traditional, culture, tribal language, from Shepherd Island to Providence Island, when the people settle it down. So we got too much. At one point in time, I jokingly told the Sierra Leone delegation that we need to combine Liberia and Sierra Leone, call it Liberia. So we become one country. But I was in Sierra Leone as a member of a specialized committee headed by the fourth deputy speaker. I see from my security lenses too much of disconnect, indifference, insensitivity. Too much of disconnect in Sierra Leone. People who should work together are not working together. I was privileged to go to the early warning center. Perfect arrangement. What transpired in Sierra Leone in August was foreseeable. They were all indicators. Those raw data were analyzed, made intelligence. Those intelligence needed to drive a prevention. That didn't happen. Let me take it to Liberia. We have a bigger problem in Sierra Leone. There was a rally in Liberia that would turn Liberia down. But that didn't happen because some last-minute strategic intervention. When I see red crosses happen in Sierra Leone, it happened in Liberia. Liberia and Sierra Leone, one people. During the war years in Liberia, I lived in Sierra Leone, 154 Sakura Road. I lived in Mamiyoko as well. I took refuge there. So I got Sierra Leone to my heart. When that happened in Liberia, there was intervention. That thwarted it. When that happened in Sierra Leone, there was no intervention. I went to the early warning center along with the fourth deputy speaker. We had an arrangement to meet with the Speaker of the Sierra Leone Parliament. We set the stage and everything. We drove there, Madam Fourth Deputy Speaker, we all drove there. We met no member of Parliament, not even those who were from the ECOWAS Parliament. We were treated with indifference. Abbas Bono, who one time served as Secretary General of this Parliament, we were talking, even if you were busy, there was one member of Parliament who came to meet all the deputy clerk. So those are little things that matters in the region. And I'm not saying it out of envy or I'm not saying it out of being critical. Because what the first Sierra Leone, Liberia, the same people, one destiny. So I just thought to make that observation. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, while we await questions for the Liberia delegation.
Merci, chers collègues. Dernier intervenant sur ma liste, Honorable Massakwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think our colleagues have said a lot, which I agree with. I also agree with the statistics presented by our head of delegation on the distribution of the members of the delegation. Agreeing with him that he's independent, except that he's independent, closely associated with the. Madam Speaker, okay, that was on a lighter note. But on the issue of the gender issue, on the gender participation in Sierra Leone, when it comes to electoral positions, well, understandable that the number of persons who will be in parliament, obviously, as much as we want to improve on the number of women or on a balance between the genders. But the election results, we all were out for free, fair, transparent, and a credible election. Sometimes the results of the election may not bring the number of presidents we want. The Sierra Leone delegation reports that the president has shown serious commitment when it comes to the issue of gender participation. But out of 34 ministers who are constitutionally appointed by the president, he's shown a lot of concern, commitment, but his commitment has only resulted to 4 out of 34. On that one, and I'm not trying to flag a positive picture of Liberia here, but I think our president has done, he's taking significant steps. So I just like to, and significant reflected in the numbers of females who are appointed in strategic positions, who are ministers, who are deputy ministers, who are head of autonomous agencies. If to be a little bit conservative, it may be around 50 now. I'm trying to be conservative with the numbers. So I just want to ask the Sierra Leone delegation, how strong is that commitment? Because the president has in his power to appoint. So even with his appointment powers, he has only been able in the last 5 years, is that 5 years? Couple of years now, has been able to appoint 4 out of 34. Do we see that as a number showing serious commitment, or we still believe, as a delegation, we still believe that the president should do more? Additionally, there was a demonstration in the street, and the people demanded the resignation of the president. Personally, and I'm sure my members of the delegation will agree with me, that as a democratic country, I'm not sure anybody support unconstitutional removal of political actors, not to mention the president. But those who demonstrated stated reasons. They said that they were asking for the resignation of the president because the economy was very bad. To the recollection of the Sierra Leone delegation, would they agree with the protesters that the economy is in a bad shape, or would they disagree with the protesters that the economy is in a bad shape? To close on the issue of the election law, the head of delegation was no mentioned this, that 1 year to the election, you are trying to change the election law. It's not just a law, it's changing the system, where the law obviously affects the system. Now the system is trying to bring into place a proportional representation. But Chair, for the short of my political life, proportional representation is done where there are no defined electoral boundaries. And the law of the delegation of Sierra Leone can bear me out of this. If whatever their law say, I will be willing to listen to them. How do you want to move to a proportional representation when there are clearly defined political boundaries, when there are clearly established political constituencies, but yet you want to move to proportional representation as though there are no laws and order? The last time I remember there was proportional representation in Sierra Leone was when the war had just ended. There were no system, there were no laws. I think they did that. Similar thing happened in Liberia, but after recovery now, after all these years, how come you want to move to proportional representation when there are clearly defined political constituencies? Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my 3 concerns to the Sierra Leone delegation. Thank you so very kindly.
Merci, chers collègues. À présent, je donne la parole aux différentes délégations pour répondre aux préoccupations des collègues. Et nous allons commencer par la délégation de la Sierra Leone.
We move now.
La délégation de la Sierra Leone est-elle prête? Ah, le micro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. No. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the presenters. I think they have done extremely well. Madam Speaker, the first thing I want to make very, very clear is probably the last observation by my honorable colleagues from Liberia, that Sierra Leone, 1 year into elections, was still trying to change laws, electoral laws. This is not correct. This is a complete misrepresentation. The district block system that we are talking about is in our laws. Honorable Speaker, if you can join me and colleagues, if you Google Sierra Leone Constitution right now, as amended, Section 38, even if you do not have it right now, but you can note it, I will just read Section 38 to you. Constituencies and elections. 1. Sierra Leone shall be divided into such constituencies for the purposes of electing the members of parliament referred to in paragraph B of subsection 1 of section 74 of this constitution as the Electoral Commission, acting with the approval of parliament, signified by resolution of parliament, may prescribe. If you go to 38.3, it says the boundaries of each constituency shall be such that the number of inhabitants thereof is as nearly equal to the population quota as is reasonably practicable, provided that the number of inhabitants of such constituency may be greater or less than the population quota in order to take account of means of communication, etc., etc. Madam Chair, what this section more or less is saying is referring to a form of election known as a first past the post. And first past the post, normally, like as read just now, you have to take the population quota into consideration and that divide the whole country into constituencies based on the population quota. 38A, 38A1, honorable members, it says election by district block representation system. That's the PR everybody is referring to right now. It's in our constitution. They say where under any law for the time being in force, a date for a general election of members of parliament has been appointed, but constituencies here have not been established in accordance with subsection 3 of section 38 of the purposes such elections, the president may, after consultation with the Electoral Commission, direct that such election shall be conducted on a basis of the existing districts in a manner to be known as a district block representation system instead of constituencies.
Mr. Speaker,
this is more or less saying.
Have the...
Are you talking to me?
We don't have the
Interpretation?
Translation, yes, in French, because they don't have your text. They need your text.
Okay, I will simplify it.
Okay.
What this constitution, which is the grand norm, is the law of Sierra Leone, is saying there are two types of election or electoral systems in Sierra Leone. One is first past the post, and the other one is proportional representation. You will come back to what Honorable Clarence Mansakoy said just now. He said, why district block system when you already have constituencies? Madam Speaker, there are no longer any constituencies, and the reason for that is simple. If you take into consideration what I said for the first past the post system, they said the country shall be divided according to the population quota. Madam Speaker, honorable members, there was a census in Sierra Leone in December last year, which means the population quota that existed for those constituencies no longer exists. And because the president had already pronounced the date for the presidential and legislative elections, the National Electoral Commission, or the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone, have not been able, in fact, they declared that they will not be able to go back to do those, to give quotas and divide the country into constituencies based on the current population quota. The last census was in 2015, Madam Speaker, honorable members. Now we had a new census in December 2021, which simply means that there are no constituencies, and as such, the president deemed it fit, in consultation with the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone, to declare for a proportional representation system of elections. We already have it here in our constitution. It's not a new law. Honorable members have to understand that. Thank you very much. I guess the Liberian delegation will now understand that, in fact, there are no constituencies as it is right now. That is one. Number two, as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, honorable members, it was through the same law that I entered Parliament the first time in 2002. The first time I entered Parliament was through a district block system, proportional representation, in 2002. So it is in our laws. Thank you. Now the political situation in Sierra Leone. You know, any country going into elections, whether it is a first world country or it is in a third world country, there must be some tensions because of politics. Because people are fighting for power. They are fighting for power. I'm not a security man like Honorable Zago. But I can tell you that Sierra Leone, the kind of political tolerance that we have in Sierra Leone, trust me, we don't have it in most countries, because we don't say anywhere else. Sierra Leone is the only country, as I speak to you, Madam Speaker and honorable members, we do not have any political detainees. None. Zero. There's no way we'll be in a country where politics is so bad and you still don't have any political detainees. No way. We all know that. We are all politicians. We know that very well. But we don't have it in Sierra Leone. The problem we have in Sierra Leone is not inter-party politics. It is the intra-party politics. The problem is that the main opposition party is in a very serious problem. They are in and out of court every day. They are fighting each other every day. And government has nothing absolutely to do with that. I can assure you. Have nothing absolutely to do with that. Honorable Senator Snow and Honorable Clarence Mansakoy, they know very well what I'm talking about, Madam Speaker. They know. The main opposition party is a very serious situation, even for us in ECOWAS. I have had meetings as Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament with key players in the opposition, just so that I will be able to bring peace in that political party. That is the major problem we have in Sierra Leone, not between government or the opposition parties. Then we come to August 10 and Madam Speaker, honorable members, our constitution provides for people to air their views, for people to demonstrate peacefully. They have the right. But when you have a situation wherein the demonstrators have guns, wherein the demonstrators have machetes, that is no longer a peaceful demonstration. That can only cause for the intervention of the security forces. We had a situation on August 10 where, because it is a right of the citizens to demonstrate, government allowed people to demonstrate on that fateful day, and they were escorted by police officers who had no arms. They did not have any arms, the police officers. What happened? When they realized that, in fact, the police officers that were escorted there from one street to the other were not armed, they were all attacked and killed. In broad daylight, 6 police officers were killed. Where has that ever happened in this region? 6 police officers who were there to protect the demonstrators because government felt these were peaceful demonstrators. It was only after the killing of those police officers, the security officers and other people began to see demonstrators with guns and machetes. And we call that peaceful demonstration. Madam Speaker, it was at that time the security forces went in because they now then knew that it was not a peaceful demonstration. And then the slogan was, "Bio must go." They were marching towards the State House. Bio, by the way, is the last name of the president of Sierra Leone. Bio must go. Bio must go. Bio must go. With machetes and guns. There are pictures to that effect. There are video clips to that effect, Madam Speaker, honorable members. And we call that peaceful demonstration? No. Those demonstrators with the guns were moving towards the seat of power, the State House. President was not in the country. I was there. In fact, that morning, at about 9:30, the Vice President called me, asked me, "Honorable, where are you?" I said, "I'm home. I've just relaxed," because I didn't know what was happening in town. He said, "Please come to my office. There's a problem in town." I rushed to his office. Before I even got to the office, in fact, the whole place was like a war zone. But thank God that the security forces were able to put everything under control. But only after 6 police officers have been killed. Those police officers are human beings. They are family members. They left their wives and kids to go to work to protect peaceful demonstrators. So that's the situation. After that, to answer what has government done, immediately after the whole situation was put under control, President initiated dialogue, nationwide dialogue. He had consultations with almost everybody, the civil society, the paramount chiefs, political party leaders, the parliament. He had a lot of consultation, and he continued to have those consultations even as I speak here. Madam Speaker, honorable members, the president set up a committee, an independent committee, to look into the reasons for August 10. That committee is still working, and that committee comprises of people, well-respected people, religious leaders, mostly religious leaders, civil society organizations, members of civil society, etc., etc. And it's a committee that was more or less recognized by all parties, including the main opposition party, because of the caliber of the membership. So I want to assure honorable members here that that committee is working. In fact, just last week, they visited the sites where the police officers were killed. They visited the sites where civilians were also killed. So that committee is working. They have not finished yet. They have not finished their work yet. They are still working. Honorable members, there was also the question as to whether family members were even given the opportunity to participate in the burial ceremonies. I want to assure this honorable body that family members have several consultations with government on how the burial ceremony should take place. And family members were present. Because of the crowd, because of the security also, the families and the government agree on the particular number of family members that will be present at the ceremony. So it was, they were given befitting funeral in the presence of their family members. Madam Speaker, honorable members, let me see what else. August 10, amendment of the law, political stability. I think it's finished, oh. I will now ask my colleagues. I will say again. I will ask my colleagues, Honorable Sama,
thank you,
and Honorable Veronica, to probably say what they want about. I think I've answered almost all the important areas.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will start with the question from Honorable Tonkara. He said, "What is the district block system?" Well, in the district block system, Sierra Leone is divided into districts, into administrative districts. We have about 16 districts. Now, in the district block system, the district becomes like one constituency. The whole district is a constituency. Presently, each of us here is representing a constituency. But in the district block system, now people do not have to vote for individual candidates. Each party will present a list to the electoral body. The list is given in order of what? Priority. If, for example, 7 seats are given to a district, you have to present a list that has 2 times that number. Meaning, if you have 7 seats, you have to present a list of 14 names from number 1 to number 14. If, for example, the party wins 6 seats in the district, then number 1 to number 6 will be announced and the MPs. Now there's a threshold. NEC has stated in the regulation that a party or a candidate or a party, if you are an independent candidate, you can contest as an independent candidate. Besides that, you have the party list. Each independent candidate or political party has to secure 11.9% of the valid votes cast for you to win 1 seat. If you're an independent candidate, you have to win 11.9% of the valid vote cast, the total votes cast, for you to win a seat. So district block system, the whole district becomes a constituency, and to win 1 seat, you have to have 11.9% of the valid votes cast. And you have to present a list to NEC. Then NEC will announce the names of the winners according to the number of seats won by an independent candidate or party. Then I come to my Liberian brothers. We are neighbors. So we know each other very well. I was even surprised by some of the questions asked. Now, my brother, Senator Kaipe, said it is not good to compromise reports. It is good to state the facts. Now, my question is, what are the facts? If we gave the reports, he said they are not facts. Unfortunately, he did not tell us what are those facts that he referred to. But you cannot know and Sierra Leone more than us. He cannot know our situation more than us. He said those are not facts. Then what are the facts? He did not tell us. He said the cost of living is going up. What is the government doing? In fact, some months ago, we had a very problem with smuggling. There was no rice in Liberia. Traders were coming to Sierra Leone to smuggle rice to take into Liberia. So we are even doing better. The situation in Sierra Leone is better than in Liberia. Then I come to Honorable Zago. No, I come to Senator Snow. Senator Snow said there are 5 members of the delegation. 2 members are not at the opposition. Why are they not here? That question should go to those who are not here, not us. Okay? Those are not questions for us. We are here. Now, but for your information, I want to tell you that our leader of delegation, Honorable Ba, is presently in Sierra Leone. He had an emergency activity to attend to, and he went. So, what can we answer? And he's part of that. Honorable Man in Spain was here. He went out. So I cannot tell you why he went out. But let me tell you this. It is their responsibility as members of the opposition to stay here and listen to the reports and maybe give their comments if they disagree with anything that is raised here. So if they're here, the question should go to them, not to us. Senator Snow. Then I come to the security situation. My brother Kapi said the situation is not stable, that we did not say the truth. The existence of threats does not mean that the situation is not stable. There may be early warning signs, but that cannot mean that the situation is not stable. Now, if you go to Sierra Leone, Senator Kapi, there is no fighting on the street. If you go to Sierra Leone, and the governance system is operating very well, there may be threats, I agree. We need to take certain actions to address those early warning signals. I agree with you. But to say that we did not say the truth when we said our country is not stable, no, that cannot be correct. But unfortunately, you did not tell us what is the truth, according to you. You should have told us the truth if you think what we say is not the truth. Then I come to Senator Zago. He said he was shown some disrespect by our speaker. You know, sometimes we have to respect each other. We have to respect ourselves as Africans. Sometimes we have senior government officials going abroad and waiting for hours to meet other officials in other countries. But sometimes when we are dealing with each other, we are not patient. Now, if you meet that maybe the speaker was very busy, maybe there was no official appointment to meet you. And sometimes he can really be very busy. We are really sorry if he did not meet you, but sometimes he's very busy, or maybe your contact did not make any proper appointment. But we convey your messages. We are sorry about that, but it's good for us to be patient, for us to make appointments, you know, and for us to be patient. The same way when we go abroad, we are patient to meet other officials. Sometimes schoolboys come from abroad, from America and Britain. They come to see our president, and it becomes very easy for them to see our president. Schoolboys. But when we go abroad, it becomes very difficult for us to see the officials. So we have to believe in ourselves, treat each other with dignity. Sometimes when you go abroad, they ask you to wait for 10 hours. You even wait for 11 hours. But you go to another African country, they tell you to wait for 1 hour. You think that is too much disrespect. So I think we have to learn to respect each other and to be patient. Then I come to Honorable Masakwe. Honorable Masakwe said, well, there are four women in the cabinet. So what example has the president shown, especially when we reported that he's committed to empowering the women? Honorable Masakwe, the president has done a lot. Now we have a gender law that is very progressive. We passed the Land Act, the Customary Land Rights Act, and the National Land Commission Act. Now all those laws are very progressive. For example, now in making decisions about land, the women have to be involved, and they have to express their written consent. They have to write. They have to sign that they are part of the decision. Now, women have the same right as men when it comes to what? Inheritance of what? Of land. Now, the law has made it mandatory for the president, when appointing his cabinet, to ensure that as much as possible, he has 30% of what? Women. Now, any political party that is presenting a list of candidates to the electoral body, for every 3 candidates, there must be 1 woman. So I'm going to assure you that after this, by next parliament, we will have at least 30% of women in our parliament and at least 30% of females in our cabinet, and probably we'll become second after Rwanda. We'll become second after Rwanda. Mark my words. Okay, we have done very well. So the president has done very well. He inherited a system. Yes, there are 4 females in the cabinet, but there are so many other sectors where we have women representation. And now in Sierra Leone, it's even becoming very, very, very. People have to become very careful in employing people. Now, when you employ people, 30% of those who employ should be women. If you employ people, 30% of those who employ should be women. And a particular body is going to be set up in all the ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure that those rules are what? Those laws are complied with. So if you employ people and they check your employment list and they find out that you have less than 30% of women, you are going to pay a fine of at least 50 million news. Or you go to jail. 50 million news is not small money in Sierra Leone. So if this has happened under the current president, they will have every right to say he has done well. We are looking into the future. It's not just about now. So he has done very well, Honorable Masakwe. Then somebody said also whether the speaker, our speaker, has answered some of the questions. Then there was a general question about low representation of what? Women. I've answered that. There was also something about, let me look at Honorable Snow again. I think for those who are not here, it's not our fault. They should be here to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I want to toe line to say thanks to those who commended us in the presentation. Of course, the Speaker has answered most of the questions, and my honorable members has touched on the question that I had wanted to dwell on, talking about this gender thing. But let me draw your attention. Honorable Snow was giving a ratio about the members of parliament that we have, the delegation. Yes, he's correct. 2 opposition, 2 ruling, and 1 independent. But let me tell you that all this report was done by all of us. All of us. That is, in fact, the reason why we are late to submit. Because it was scrutinized by the leader of delegation, who is the opposition. So he has an emergency. That's why he's not here. And of course, you have heard from Honorable. Well, the man, there is no act to find the man's construction in the face. The man decided to go, we don't know. So they are in the best, Honorable was there. He's in the best position to answer. But as far as I'm concerned, if you are not pleased with the report or whatever, instead of walking out, it is your place to go and sit. Then you make your comments. Then they will take note of that. So I don't think if that is prudent here that 2 people went out, that the oppositions are not there. It's just unfortunate because they are not here. But the leader of delegation is part of this report. He gave it his blessing, and he made his own comments, and he took it to the speaker. He made his own input, and he took it to us. We made our own inputs, and it was then presented. So we are all in it together, Mr. Honorable. So talking about the others have been answered. Well, I want to thank my sister, Gabriela, and also Honorable from Senegal about the low representation. They mentioned about the low representation of the ministers, members, the ministers. Well, now, the GW bill, we call it Gender Empowerment Bill. It has been now passed into law is now that there should be 30% of female representation in all spheres. And you have heard, talking about land rights, talking about finance, talking about education, talking about trainings, talking about everything is embedded in that constitution. I'm very much happy. That's why I piloted it after the minister. We've been on it for several years. We've been on it. And now that the president, there is the political will. And I want to say special thanks to my president, because there is that he has passion for women. He knows it. He feels it. He knows the challenges that we face. So that is why in every report or any statement, every statement that our president comes up with, he makes sure he mentions about women. Talking about low representation of other areas of the ministers, well, we have deputy ministers that are women. We did not want to go into all that. And also there are positions of trust that are being manned by women. We have so many women that are heading institutions like NRA and other areas. So not that it was deliberate, because it was not a law. But now that it's a law and we are going to follow it, then after that, then you have a case. But now I think we should say bravo to His Excellency for having the passion, or having the reason to be backing us up. Because if there was no political will, we wouldn't have reached to this. Well, I'm 17 years in Parliament. We've been fighting. We've been talking, struggling, saying everything about women's empowerment. But it was not on deaf ears. But now we say thank God. And somebody asked about the percentage. It's 30%. And in fact, it's going to be more than 30%. Because the PPRC, the electoral law that was passed, the 59.2 on that particular act says, the bill that came up says, every 2 men, that should be a woman. And it's a parliament of 146. So if you say 2 men, 1 woman, so at the end of the day, we'll be saying something about 46 or 42 women, or up to 46 women. And there are also areas that are winnable seats that women are free to go and contest. So at the end of the day, we'll get more than 50%. And I want to assure you that next year's election, you will hear what is there for Sierra Leone for women. And also, the PPRC is urged that every political party should make sure to have 30% in their list. If not, your list will not be accepted. It has been now written in black and white. So we are now fine. So my honorable members, this is the position of Sierra Leone, and we have the expertise, we have the ideas to share in ECOWAS to those who have not passed the gender bill. We can go and lecture to the other women in other countries so that they can have the same 30%. So I want to say thank you to the honorable members who gave us a tap on the back, and that is what a woman needs. If you have done a good job, just tap her on the back. Then she will do more. And we are tapping Sierra Leone on the back because they say her. Her is a woman. Every country is her. So they have given premium to women. So we are going to tap Sierra Leone on their backs to do more. And I will assure you that we'll do more in terms of women's representation. So with that, I think that is so far, because the president, our speaker has answered most of the questions. And my brothers, our neighbors, some of these questions wouldn't have been asked here, because we know ourselves, if there's problem there, when you sneeze, we will catch the cold. When you catch the cold, you sneeze. So talking about the hardship in Sierra Leone, as you heard from honorable members, rice, people were getting rice from Sierra Leone to Liberia. We did not close the border because we know they need it. Because if there's any problem, we share in common. So if you say hardship is there, I think that question shouldn't have been asked here. But anyway, you are our neighbors. We should be working together and see that if there's problem, if you are able to go and do it, we are there to help you. And even fuel, in terms of fuel, people we are going from Liberia to go and bring fuel. We don't want to call that smuggle because they are our brothers. They need it. So we did not close the border. So if you are here telling us the hardship, then we will not close it, but we will just back it small. so that tomorrow you will not come and quote us here that there is hardship. We sum up our hardship to help you people. But if you want to come and expose us, please, you have to make sure to be moderate in some of the questions in the public, because we are in it together. So with that, of course, I have answered most of the questions. My speaker has answered because he's a member of the delegation. So he has all right. And that is the real truth. The district block system, I came under the district block system in 2005. And it's cost effective. And talking about fighting again, because that causes this the matter of by-elections. It creates problem and more cost to the government. But now there's not going to be any by-elections. We will not pray for somebody to die, but if there is any death, then the person will come up. That is why we have two lists, a running mate. So with that, I want to allay or fear that district block, especially for women, we are vulnerable, is very good for a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sierra Leone. I now give the floor to Liberia delegation.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, and my appreciation go to the two presenters. You know, a question was asked about the sanction that they put on the three government officials. Why was it, and whether they want to know whether the matter have gone to court or the matter have been decided. The answer to that question is the matter have not gone to court. Because when the United States government imposed the sanction on the three officials, the president immediately suspended them. Then they decided that since we are suspended, to make sure that the people, the government, or the people that put a sanction on us to present their evidence, I think it was necessary for us, it's necessary for us to resign. Because you know, normally in Africa, when you are accused, people say all kinds of things. So they decided to resign, and they resigned. Up to now, the accuser has not presented the evidence in court, and we only listen to them. Sometimes they put on Facebook. They put on Facebook that anybody will get information on the three officials. Some of them will be, when you bring it forward, you will be paid 3 million. Some people say 2 million, but all this was speculation. So for now, these people have not gone to court because the accuser have not presented any evidence. They are yet to present the evidence, and the accuser have already resigned because they wanted for them to go to court to be tried. They wanted the trial to be free and fair, because if you are still suspended and people will feel that because these guys, they work with the president, maybe some people will assume that the president will influence the investigation. So they decided that we will resign. So that's why we resign. Up to now, the accuser has not provided any evidence. We are waiting for them to present the evidence, but not yet. So when you ask the question whether the case has been tried, the case has not been tried yet. And we come to, because you did not ask about the women, I will just say small things about the women. For us, the bills, the 30% bills were passed by us in the lower house and sent to the Senate. The senator had also passed the Senate to the president for the president to sign. But again, in that, we thought, because it was just a 30%, we felt that it was not enough. Because you can send a name. You will send 30%, all the political parties will submit a name. But if the political party did not make a follow-up on this name, how will these people be elected? Because, for instance, you will nominate a woman to go for election. And the same political party will sponsor somebody, an independent male, an independent, to go and challenge this woman. You think the woman will win? Because she may not have that money. And there will be the same old people that will be pumping money, so the woman will not win. At the same time, the political party will turn around and put a candidate and say, you go for primary. So that's what we were saying. And that's why we were delaying in passing it. Because if you nominate a woman to go on your party ticket, then you must make sure don't put a male candidate against her to go for primary. Because primary in Africa is very difficult for the women. Because sometimes they will go, some people pay 10,000, 15,000, and the woman may not have it. So that's why we were fighting, we were trying that. If you nominate a woman to go on your ticket, don't send another male to go for two of them to go for primary. That's why we were fighting for. And through the mercy of God, I know when the president signed it, we will succeed in that. Because that's the only way we show all the women coming back to parliament. Because if you don't do that, it will be difficult for them. So Senator, I think you can.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say that we appreciate concerns from our colleagues, particularly concerning the issue of the elections, the issue of the public procurement and concession commission having sort of a controversy with the election commission's decision to hire a vendor. To the best of our recollection as a delegation, the PPCC has reported that they have given a notice of no objection, meaning that the election commission can now go ahead. Whatever seems to be a disagreement is technically at the level of the election commission and no longer between the election commission and the PPCC. In other words, the PPCC has already offered a no objection, and that is the latest information. That information came to our delegation less than 5 minutes ago, so I can vouch, we can vouch, that is authentic. Our colleagues, thank you for the concern, but that has been clear. We are more than sure that with the introduction of a new technology, the biometric registration, I believe that it adds to the credibility and the validity of the election process. There will always be a room for improvement, and as a country, as a government, we are more than committed to ensuring that there is nothing less than free, fair, transparent, and a credible election. I'd just like to close on a note, since I will not have the time to come back, to say that we are neighbors to Sierra Leone, and I can understand the sentiments. We need to maybe calm down but it's also good to understand that it's always been on both sides. Once upon a time, where rice were coming from Freetown, but I also know that there were times where fuel and petroleum products and other products were coming from Sierra Leone, and we didn't close our borders. So yeah, they were coming from Liberia to Sierra Leone. So we always acknowledge, when you do us favor, we acknowledge it, but it's not an exclusive. I'm even being reminded that Liberia even transported, or we exported education. In the presence of the Honorable Speaker sitting on my right here, he was educated by Liberia.
Nous n'avons pas la traduction.
Would he close his border on education?
Please, Honorable, we don't have, on n'a pas la traduction.
Speaker, sorry, the translation.
We don't have it.
Is it translation? You don't have it?
No, in
Oh.
French.
That's the interpreters. Do you have it now? It's not?
Oui, maintenant je vous entends.
Is it good now?
Yes.
Well, so I was just saying that I'm not sure when the translation got interrupted. They got interrupted. But I was saying the issue of the Election Commission and the PPCC, it has been resolved. And latest information we have is that the PPCC has issued a note of a no objection, meaning the Election Commission now has a go ahead to decide to go ahead with the vendor that they have selected. Whatever seems to be a disagreement is at the level of the Election Commission and not between the Election Commission and the PPCC. And I was closing by saying that the issue of the relationship between Liberia and Sierra Leone, as specified by our distinguished colleagues from Sierra Leone, we have a very good relationship. We agree. There was right crisis in Liberia, and we obviously don't hide a fact. As you see our reports, we're very factual, we are authentic. But it's also good to know that once upon a time there were petroleum products coming from Liberia to Freetown. So it has always been exchanged, and we believe that is a good neighborliness, and we should encourage that. We even exported education. The Honorable Speaker from Sierra Leone was educated in Liberia, so we have exported education to Freetown. We didn't close the border. So, but Madam Chair, we cherish that relationship. We are proud that the Honorable Speaker was educated by Liberia. In fact, the PhD is from Liberia. Yes. So we are happy that we are high school, college, PhD. You hear Honorable Dr. Tunis, the doctor degree is from Liberia. Yes. We are happy that we have contributed immensely. Thank you so very kindly. And I now turn the floor over to.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. We just again want to speak briefly to the issue about the census, as few of our colleagues raised some concern. We were very emphatic and clear about the situation in Liberia as it relates to the census. The political will have been expressed by the president when he found out that there were issues about accountability. The president acted by dismissing two of the officials. Investigations are ongoing by the legislature, by other sectors of the society to find out and the partner about what is going wrong. We noticed the challenge about the timing. The legislature amended and added additional timing. So we hope that between now and January, mid-January, we'll be able to get over the census. Howbeit, we are still cautioned about the validity of that enumeration. And so we are hoping that as we go along the different steps, we hope that the result from that census will be accepted by our international partner, and it will meet the benchmark as set by the partner and the citizens of Liberia. Thank you.
Madam Speaker and distinguished colleague, on the issue of our own security architecture in Liberia, ours is an embodiment of the regional architecture we have. After our war years, we make a projection, working along with United Nations Mission in Liberia, UNMIL. A projection was built, looking at a case study of Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, Ghana, and what have you. So we make a projection of, in the military, to have about 5,000 plus men and women. In the paramilitary, which is the first line of defense, 8,000 plus manus. We've not met that benchmark yet. When Army was scaling down, they asked us to do just that. But because we're going to election next year, so we have enhanced recruitment of military and paramilitary personnel. The processes are ongoing. On the issue of migrant, Liberia is a signatory to all of the protocols. There were those who just illegally. I mean, we know that there did 9 days permission of ECOWAS, but those who went beyond that, who did not enter legally. So the concerns have been raised, not the first time, not the second time. Every time we do our country report as evidence of what we said today. Our configuration, the Liberian delegation, we got more opposition here. I'm a leader of one of the biggest opposition party in Liberia, the Liberty Party. A party that is into an intra-party hullabaloo with NEC and other parties. Howbeit, I'm here. So the situation in Liberia is not as alarming. But I say this to you, Liberia, like any other country that is going to an election, the tension is high. Expectations are huge. Elections are always conflicted. Everyone think they can win an election. So the tension are high. There will be an attempt to quiet it down. And we want to use the opportunity that those who have said to us there's a need to send a team in Liberia, taking into consideration the early warning mechanism. I agree with that. We need to get it started before, not only Liberia, in Sierra Leone. This early warning mechanism that was created by ECOWAS is a laudable effort. And we should ensure that not only by words, but by deeds. If these things happen, it could thwart. Yet the tension is high in Liberia. The stakes are high. There are attempts in the amount of opposition that the ruling establishment is doing all to undercut the strength of the opposition. They know when the opposition come together, like my party, the Liberty Party, the Unity Party, coming together will be a strong force. So we feel strongly that the ruling establishment is doing all within their reach to undercut that. The extent to which that can be proven is anyone's guess. So it's raising some tension. The sky is now falling in Liberia. There are room for improvement. Those concerns raised by our colleagues are noted. I won't get back home. We'll do what is needed. So unless there is a specific one that I didn't address myself to, because my colleague read the report before I came in, unless there is a specific question about on the security situation in Liberia, is not as bad. Yet the UN is concerned. They are concerned because we've had 3 successive elections. And Liberia, the fan study from Ellen Johnson, saying the first female president, to George Weah, another one again. So, but the stakes are high in here. That is expected. It's obvious. Howbeit, the sky is now falling, and there are room to improve the situation. And that those concerns raised by my colleague as to the National Election Commission, the PPCC, the voter registration, the biometrics, those are challenging moments that we're going through them, and let's hope that the ECOWAS can work with us to ensure that we transition and make Liberia a better place to be again. Mr. Chairman, Edwin Bevins, no, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to members of our delegation. Madam Chair, we'll be brief. I think we've touched on everything. One of our colleagues asked about the Burkinabe and Ghanaians in our mining sector. You know, Liberia is extremely rich in natural resources, and yes, we have some West Africans or Africans that go there and do illegal mining. Our colleague from Sierra Leone asked about Liberians' involvement in that process. You are right. They're not doing it to the exclusion of Liberians. There are Liberians that will facilitate the process, but a few months ago, the President pro tempore of the Senate spoke strongly about revisiting our mining laws, and those issues will be addressed. On the issue of drugs, there was also concern on the drug law. The Liberian Senate just passed a drug law that was also concurred by the House of Representatives to ensure that, the matter of fact, the law has been strengthened on those that will import the drugs. So not just a consumer, but if you are caught importing drugs into Liberia, it's unbailable. So you go to jail, you face the law, and there's no bail. So just to mention that. The other thing we talk about the involvement of women empowerment in our country. And Representative Massaquoi talked about that. Our colleagues from Sierra Leone talk about how hard the president is working by appointing 4 women to 34 positions. But unlike Sierra Leone, in Liberia, we can tell you the vice president of Liberia is female. The chief justice of Liberia is female. The minister of public works is female. The chair of the National Elections Commission of Liberia is female. The public procurement committee chair is female. The National Port Authority managing director is female. The Liberia Petroleum Refining Company is female. The National Oil Company of Liberia is female. The Deputy Central Bank Governor of Liberia is female. The Minister of Health is female. The Deputy Director of Police is female. The Deputy Commanding General of the Armed Forces of Liberia is female, just to name a few. So, Minister General, of course. So the Liberia President has done extremely well in promoting women. He's a champion for he for she for he, or he for she, what you call it. But he's champion, and we encourage the President of Sierra Leone to do likewise. Thank you very much.
We have more in fact, Madam Chair. We have more.
Merci.
More women in positions.
Je remercie les deux délégations pour les réponses données aux préoccupations des collègues. Réponses que j'espère ont satisfait leurs auteurs. Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous souhaitez reprendre la présidence?
I thank the two delegations for the responses provided, which I hope have satisfied everybody. Honorable members, I submit the reports presented for adoption by the plenary. The reports are adopted. Honorable members, the agenda of the plenary sitting is exhausted. The next sitting will be a committee meeting on Monday. Committee sittings on Monday, plenary on Tuesday. So for now, Monday will be committee sittings. Before we adjourn, and before the third and fourth deputy speakers take the floor, honorable members, I want to bring your attention to a situation that we have in Senegal concerning a female member of parliament that was beaten right in the chamber of the house. So I have something that I have written. I wanted to read it to you. If I'm giving the go-ahead, even though I'm sure you will, then I will post it. Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament condemns the abuse of a female parliamentarian in Senegal's parliament. That's the heading. The Right Honorable Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, Dr. Sidi Mohamed Tunis, has condemned the violence against a female parliamentarian in Senegal's parliament. Dr. Tunis frowned at this development as he opened plenary for discussion on 3rd December 2022 at the ongoing 2022 second ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja, Nigeria. Reacting to the incident where Massata Samba, a male Senegalese parliamentarian, was seen to have walked over and slapped Ami Diaye Nibi, a female parliamentarian, Dr. Tunis noted that respect for women anywhere, whatever the circumstances may be, is very important. He also reiterated that any form of violence against women is not acceptable, no matter the situation. Additionally, he promised that the ECOWAS Parliament would take time during the ongoing session to investigate the issues surrounding the unfortunate event. One of the key goals of the 5th legislature of the ECOWAS Parliament is to strengthen women participation in politics. Therefore, the action as witnessed is very regrettable as it ends negative impressions against the gains made in the past few years. ECOWAS Parliament will continue to support and advocate for increased women participation and condemn any act of violence and abuse against women in general. That's it. Okay, third deputy speaker first.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur Monsieur le Président, cette question faisait partie de mon intervention. Mais puisque vous l'abordez, je voudrais suggérer que la déclaration ou la résolution soit faite par tout le Parlement. Qu'on dise le Parlement, bien sûr, vous représentez le Parlement, c'est vrai, mais qu'on sente que c'est tout le Parlement dans son ensemble qui fait cette déclaration. Mais elle sera signée par son président. C'est juste une proposition que je fais. Je vous remercie.
I agree with that proposal 100%. I think it should be a parliamentary issue, not just speaker issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to take the same line of the Deputy Speaker, but to also just add, Mr. Speaker, since we are already here in session, even if it's, because this is grave, see parliaments from all over the world condemning it. The matter of fact, I think the Arab League even sent 2 or 3 persons there. I was thinking it would be a good idea, maybe the deputy, one of your 2 female deputy speakers, could lead a small delegation, 3, 4 persons there, to take a strong solidarity message to Senegal and let them know that this action on the part of the male parliamentarian is condemned by the regional parliament. It was a strong solidarity message from this parliament, like the resolution you just read. Once the parliament can take ownership of it, and we have 2 female deputy speakers that could lead a delegation there, physically present it and condemn it, I think it will show a good message.
Jibo, yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, c'est pour appuyer davantage ce que Snow vient de dire. La chance que nous avons, c'est d'avoir 2 dames comme vice-présidente. Ce serait un geste fort que de faire composer une délégation qu'elle conduirait justement pour remettre le document, comme l'a dit Snow. Ce serait une très bonne chose en ce moment. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
In that case, the 3rd Deputy Speaker, the 4th Deputy Speaker, and Honorable Dabo will form a delegation to go to Senegal.
Oui, c'était juste, Monsieur le Président, pour vous faire une précision, parce qu'il ne s'agit pas de Massata seulement, mais il s'agit de l'autre. C'est l'autre qui lui a donné le coup de pied au ventre et préciser que... Ah bon.
Changez votre micro.
Voilà, je voulais préciser que ce n'est pas le cas de Massata, ce n'est pas le cas de la gifle seulement. Mais il y a plus grave, c'est qu'il y a eu un autre député qui lui a donné un coup de pied au ventre. Et après, c'est évalué. Quand on l'a évacué à l'hôpital, on s'est rendu compte qu'elle était enceinte de 9 semaines, et de 9 mois, 9 semaines et 2 jours. Donc, son état est critique, c'est dire que la situation est véritablement grave. Tout le monde est sous le choc. Alors, il est clair que c'est quelque chose qui ne va pas passer inaperçu, ça va se retrouver dans la justice, c'est clair, parce que les femmes de notre coalition se sont organisées pour mener la réponse avec l'appui des autres groupes. Ce n'est pas une affaire, c'est devenu même plus qu'une affaire de parti ou de groupe, mais c'est devenu une affaire nationale. Donc, la proposition que vous avez faite d'envoyer des gens sur place pour l'amener matériellement, je crois que c'est une bonne chose, parce que même ce matin, j'en ai discuté avec le président de l'Assemblée, je vous en ai parlé, et je crois qu'il faut peut-être ajouter à la délégation Suleiman Ndoye qui est sur place. Ça va leur faciliter les contacts pour que on puisse dire à Suleiman d'aller les accueillir et de les conduire éventuellement chez le président de l'Assemblée nationale comme facilitateur. Tant pis que nous sommes là, ça nous fait moins de dépenses, moins de déplacements, et je crois que c'est important. De toute façon, je vais en parler tout à l'heure avec le président de la République qui arrive à l'instant, et je le ferai comprendre qu'il y aura une délégation qui doit y aller. Pour ça, je vous remercie.
Okay, with respect to that, with the added information, What I would suggest here then is that you already now have heard the draft that we want to send out. So you and the delegation will work with the Secretary General to come out with an acceptable press release from this Parliament. Interpretation French. French? C'est bon? Okay, I was just saying that considering the added information that we now have from our colleague, Honorable Asim, we should ask him and Villan to work with the delegation, Honorable Dabo and the two deputy speakers, with the Secretary General to come out with an acceptable press release. So we don't rush with this at all. And it has to be an ECOWAS Parliament press release. Of course, I will sign it, but it should be an ECOWAS Parliament press release. Yes, Honorable Sama.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend your leadership for that bold step. I want to add that we have to do our assignment. Sometimes when things like that happen, and we want to know why the person behaves like that. What does the law say about such behavior in the House of Parliament? It is not enough to just condemn the action, but what should happen is to ensure that it does not happen again. And one way to ensure that is to make sure that the perpetrator is punished. Action should be taken against the perpetrator. We are going to not only condemn. You cannot spend that amount of money just to go and condemn. We have to hold meetings with the stakeholders involved to ensure that the perpetrator faces the law. Because we know we are all Africans. Sometimes people do things and go scot-free. And that is very bad. It could be some other person tomorrow. Should not be encouraged. So we have to ensure that we get some briefing from the Senegalese or maybe some lawyers to know what does the Senegalese law say about such abuse in Parliament. We have to ensure that the law is implemented to ensure that the perpetrator is punished. So that's my submission. It's not just to go and condemn. We have to ensure that we put things in place to ensure that the perpetrator has no hiding place in Senegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sama, the ECOWAS Parliament is a representative body of the people of this sub-region. We represent the people. We represent the very lady, the very honorable member, that was assaulted. We represent her. We don't need any law. We don't need any Senegalese law. We can use the international law to deal with a situation like this. And violence against women, in whichever form, for whatever reason, should not be tolerated. It must be condemned. Yes, Honorable Kasise.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you again for the proactive measures that you have taken. And, let us set an example. We have to nip this on the board. This is the very reason why women are shying away to go to political, that's what we are saying, what we are fighting for. The women are scared. So these are some of the reasons. And to hear from our colleague that some other person kicked the woman in the tummy. And we know how the pain that we envisage in the lower part of women. So for a man to go and kick, it's very serious. So with that, on behalf of the women, we the women here of ECOWAS, we are joining you strongly in our various countries to condemn that act in Senegal. And we are going to follow it up as women, because today is Senegal, tomorrow might be any other person. So let us nip this on the board so that this will never happen again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Alepwe.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que toutes les propositions qui ont été faites jusqu'à présent sont de bonnes propositions. Et ce sont des mesures que je dirais peut-être conjoncturelle. Je pense qu'il faut qu'on s'inscrive dans le temps et qu'on regarde le problème de la violence faite aux femmes plus sérieusement. Moi, j'aurais suggéré qu'à la délégation des 2 vice-présidentes, auxquelles on a ajouté une 3e personne, on associe aussi les gens de ECOFEPA, parce que c'est quelque chose que nous avons, qui peut aussi se saisir de la question de la violence faite aux femmes, pour voir, si ce n'est pas l'année prochaine, dans les mois à venir, qu'est-ce qui peut être fait pour que ce problème, qui est un problème sociétal, ce que nous avons vu au Sénégal n'est que le reflet de l'iceberg. La violence faite aux femmes est un problème général qu'il y a. Combien sont-elles qui sont battues, insultées, humiliées dans toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest sans que ça ne dérange personne parce qu'elles ne sont pas députées? Alors je pense que ce problème que nous avons, donc d'une part, ma proposition est double. C'est qu'on associe ECOFEPA séparément à ce qui va se faire au Sénégal, soit en joignant la délégation, soit en faisant quelque chose de vraiment séparé, et que on commence à leur donner comme mandat de vraiment se pencher sur la question de la violence faite aux femmes. C'est un problème de mentalité, c'est un problème... ce que nous avons vu au Sénégal n'est que le symptôme d'un mal qui est plus profond. Et nous devons commencer à agir sur les causes pour que nous n'ayons pas des hommes qui arrivent à ce niveau-là, qui se disent députés et qui se conduisent comme ça. Donc, au-delà des actions punitives et de ce que nous pouvons faire à court terme et dont la justice, justement, va se saisir, il faut maintenant quelque chose qui va adresser la cause de ce problème-là. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais ajouter. Merci beaucoup.
I think in addition to the situation, this particular situation, the political affairs people, you should think very seriously, because for the kind of thing that is happening right now in Senegal, I'm sure we are by far, far better in Sierra Leone. So we should not allow it to degenerate further. We should begin to think about the political affairs committee actually going in, not for the lady herself, but to look at the entire political situation. We all know the outcome of the recent legislative elections. There are a lot of changes that took place in Senegal that probably warrant the intervention of that particular committee. I think you should also think very seriously, even if not now, but as early as possible, maybe January, February, for your committee to pay a visit to Senegal to see what is really happening, because the interesting part about what I heard is that is the opposition MP who actually beat the government MP. Normally, it's the government people that will be beating the opposition, but this time, this one, no, it's radio. But this time, it is actually the opposition that is beating up the government MPs. So it's very serious. It's very, very serious. Yeah, Political Affairs Committee, I think, should think very, very seriously of paying a visit to that particular, even if it's a 1 week visit. I think you think about it very seriously. Somebody wanted to say something. Vilan. Oh no. Okay. Vilan Jibo. Vilan après Vilan Jibo.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie tous les membres du Présidium et tous nos collègues qui, assumant pleinement notre responsabilité de représentants des populations de la communauté, sans exclusive, nous nous sommes saisis de cette question qui nous émeut tous. Mais je voudrais nous rappeler que le Parlement reste sur les principes. Et c'est en cela que, Monsieur le Président, la résolution que vous avez lue, les commentaires faits par notre collègue Edwin Snow sont à la hauteur des attentes. Je voudrais me féliciter de ce que vous avez choisi de confier la direction de cette mission à votre vice-présidente, vos deux vice-présidentes. C'est une délégation de très haut niveau qui pourra être enrichi par peut-être d'autres collègues femmes. Je pense en particulier à notre collègue Fatma Tandiaye, pour la bonne et simple raison qu'elle est issue d'un pays limitrophe, très étroitement lié au Sénégal. Elle parle des langues locales parlées au Sénégal et elle a l'avantage de pouvoir être une troisième langue parce que la deuxième vice-présidente est francophone, la quatrième vice-présidente est lusophone. Si nous y adjoignons une anglophone, plus maintenant les collègues du Sénégal qui pourront se joindre à eux, selon votre décision, on aura fait une bonne délégation. Mes chers collègues, attention, ne faisons pas trop dans le détail. ECOFEPA est une création du Parlement de la CEDEAO et les femmes du Parlement de la CEDEAO y sont. Lorsqu'il y a une décision ou une résolution ou une déclaration qui engage le Parlement, ça engage et les femmes de ECOFEPA et les autres. Ça, c'est un. Ce qui n'empêche pas à ECOFEPA, en tant que réseau, en tant que regroupement spécifique propre aux femmes, elles de faire leur déclaration. Il faut qu'on s'entende bien. Ce qui engage le Parlement, c'est ce que le président a proposé. Ce qui engage maintenant un sous-ensemble du Parlement, c'est comme si les parlementaires lusophones faisaient une déclaration, ou les parlementaires francophones faisaient une déclaration, ou même si on avait des groupes parlementaires, socialistes, libéraux, sociodémocrates, s'ils faisaient une déclaration. Mais la déclaration officielle, c'est celle-là qui engage le Parlement sous proposition du président du Parlement ou bien de la commission qui s'occupe des affaires politiques. Monsieur le Président, l'idée également d'envoyer courant janvier la commission politique à Dakar est une très bonne idée. Ça participe de ce que j'appelle l'anticipation. C'est une démarche proactive. Ça consiste à saisir des questions qui peuvent être à l'origine de difficultés. Et ça, c'est extrêmement important. Monsieur le Président, nous ne sommes pas qu'un Parlement pour représenter les peuples, dénoncer, condamner, féliciter. On est un Parlement qui peut faire de la médiation. C'est en cela que l'idée d'envoyer d'ores et déjà à Dakar la commission politique se saisir pendant une semaine de toutes ces questions, aidée en cela par les parlementaires nationaux, c'est une démarche qui consiste à déblayer le terrain, à anticiper sur d'éventuels problèmes. Pour le reste, la déclaration que vous avez demandé à ce qu'on rédige, il n'appartient pas au Parlement, dans n'importe quel pays, de se saisir des questions de justice. Le Parlement traite de faits constatés. Ces faits, considérant les principes qui tiennent du droit international, du droit communautaire et du droit propre à chaque pays, sont condamnables. Le Parlement ne peut supporter ni accepter quelque violence que ce soit. La violence verbale, la violence physique, que ce soit contre un homme ou une femme, nous condamnons la violence. Ça, c'est un principe de base. Maintenant, on peut s'émouvoir de ce que cette violence qui commence et qui se manifeste entre des hommes et une femme puisse dégénérer demain si on y prend garde. Et de ce point de vue, les recommandations, les appels au calme, à la sérénité, à l'esprit démocratique, au débat d'idées, à la conciliation, ça on peut le faire. Et laissant le droit se dire par la justice. Ce que je sais, c'est que dans tous les pays, y compris chez moi, l'immunité ne couvre pas le flagrant délit. L'immunité n'est pas l'impunité. Ça s'est passé devant le ministre de la Justice, garde des Sceaux, en présence du procureur et de tout le monde, dans l'enceinte. Mais le président de notre Parlement est comme notre camarade Mohamed Tunis. C'est un homme doux, un homme de dialogue, de telle sorte que si vous ne faites pas attention, vous pouvez penser qu'il est faible alors qu'il n'est pas faible. Le président du Parlement du Sénégal aurait pu faire venir dans la salle l'armée ou la gendarmerie pour prendre directement les auteurs des faits, mais il a laissé faire, il a suspendu et le Parlement continue à travailler. Force restera à la loi, nous sommes dans un état de droit, on peut convoquer l'état de droit, mais n'allons pas jusqu'à ce que l'émotion nous amène à mettre dans une déclaration des considérations qui peuvent demain nous être retournées. En tout cas, nous sommes dans le domaine de la diplomatie, on peut dire certaines choses à demi-mot et ça ne fera que grandir le Parlement. Le Parlement peut s'émouvoir de ce qu'il y ait une violence physique, qu'il y ait coups, qu'il y ait blessure. Ce n'est pas normal. Dans un parlement, on doit débattre, convaincre sans contraindre. Mais en tout cas, voilà ce que je voulais dire en tant que parlementaire de la CEDEAO. Pour le reste, je suis à disposition pour tout ce que vous voudrez que je vous apporte comme concours.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. You see, if we had security forces around, you know, when that lady was in danger, all you needed to do was to call the police to come in. That's it. That wouldn't have ever happened. If my speaker in Sierra Leone, if my speaker's life is in danger, in a situation where the sergeant at arms cannot handle, the best you can do is to call in the state securities. I'm not justifying, by the way, as Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament, I'm not justifying police entering our parliaments. I'm simply saying you also need the police to protect the Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. Trust me, if there was villain, c'est bon? That's it. If there was a police officer around, this wouldn't have happened in Senegal. Supposing the police officers were not around in Freetown, maybe our old speaker would have been in a hospital by now. Honorable Jibo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je ne serai pas long, aussi long que Villan, mais je vais devoir être clair. Villan a dit deux choses que je vais retenir. La première, c'est que ECOFEPA est déjà représenté par les deux vice-présidentes puisqu'elles sont membres d'ECOFEPA. Et nous avons la chance, ECOFEPA a une réunion, je crois le 12 et le 13, ECOFEPA pourra se faire entendre par une délégation, puisqu'il y aura à peu près une centaine de femmes ici. Elles vont pouvoir faire leur propre déclaration. Deuxièmement, Villan a dit « n'entrons pas dans les détails ». Malheureusement, il a été souvent dans certains détails. Et vous en êtes saisi et vous avez parlé d'opposition. Et je suis allergique quand on attaque l'opposition aussi. Donc, ne parlons pas d'opposition, ne parlons pas de majorité. J'ai soutenu ce que Edwin Snow a dit concernant la voie de délégation à Dakar, et je soutiens les femmes, puisque ma mère est femme, j'ai une épouse, donc je voudrais bien qu'on sache que je suis un souteneur des femmes. Mais là, vraiment, il faudrait qu'on arrête. Ce n'est pas qu'il n'y a pas d'opposition, il n'y a pas de majorité. Les voix les plus fortes qui sont en train de soutenir justement la dame pour l'instant veulent se retrouver et sont par hasard certainement tous de la majorité. Donc ce n'est pas une question de majorité et d'opposition. C'est une question humaine. C'est une question que nous connaissons et qu'on ne voudrait pas vraiment que cela se perpétue. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci de votre attention.
Okay, so now we have the two deputy speakers to close.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je tenais à intervenir sur deux points. Les heures auxquelles nous commençons nos séances. Nous avons toujours dit 10 heures, mais nous commençons toujours à 11 heures ou 11 heures et quelques. Ce qui pousse certains d'entre nous à vouloir régler certains problèmes au pays avant d'arriver au Parlement. Et parfois, vous arrivez, beaucoup plus tard, ça a commencé. Donc, je voudrais vraiment suggérer qu'on puisse nous donner une heure fixe, soit on commence à 11 heures, ou soit lorsque nous disons 10 heures, que nous commençons vraiment à 10 heures. Monsieur le Président, Mon deuxième point est relatif à une proposition qu'ont fait 2 de nos collègues concernant la suite que nous donnons à nos différents rapports. Ne devrions-nous pas aller au-delà de l'étape d'audition? Nous écoutons les rapports, nous faisons nos commentaires, nous posons des questions, puis nous classons ces rapports. L'actualité, d'ailleurs, nous commande de nous saisir de certaines situations pour agir, même si ce n'est que par la parole. Les violences basées sur le genre, par exemple. Dans plusieurs rapports, nous avons pu constater que certains pays avancent sur la promotion du genre et que certains pays rament encore. Nous devrions nous saisir de cela pour poser des actes. Comment faire pour que tous les pays arrivent? Et je voudrais saluer et remercier les collègues hommes pour leur soutien. Je suis agréablement surprise par leur position, et cela de façon unanime en ce qui concerne la promotion de la femme et la protection de la femme. Les hommes sont nos partenaires dans cette lutte. Sans vous, nous sommes conscients que nous ne pourrons pas réussir. Alors, je vous remercie très sincèrement pour vos positions, pour votre encouragement. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
Yes, for the speaker.
Obrigado, presidente, colega deputados, mesa. Eu também não podia ficar de frente. Desde ontem recebemos essa informação através do deputado Njai, Fatoumata Njai. Como ordem de dia já estava aprovado, tomei nota. Esse problema que aconteceu no Parlamento de Senegal. Também tomei nota pedido de parlamentares criar uma comissão de seguimento sobre segurança a nossa subregião. Ontem, essa foi a recomendação dada. Tomei nota sobre criação de maneira de trabalhar entre fronteiras que tem controle, tem fronteira, deputados daquela parte para trabalhar o conjunto. Antigamente, nós criamos seminários onde que o parlamento dava dinheiro para desenvolver problemas fronteiriços. Fazemos vários seminários sobre a circulação de pessoas e bens no nosso país, 2 vezes. Eu penso que esse que vem dessa recomendação através de um deputado de Gana. Presidente, votamos esse momento sobre o acontecimento que passa no Parlamento do Senegal. Não é admissível. Nós, mulheres, já há 40 e tal anos estamos a lutar. E hoje, lei de nós tudo, fazer junto com homens e desenvolver o nosso país e desenvolver a nossa comunidade. É por isso, não é admissível, qualquer lei de parlamento deve organizar para isso não aconteça a nossa subregião. Por isso, não sei, Guiné-Bissau há um batalhão de segurança que fica no parlamento fora. Qualquer ação que é digno na nossa Constituição, nossa lei magna, nosso regimento, e o presidente pode solicitar aquele batalhão de segurança para poder calmar a situação que está na plenária. Eu penso que, para mim, essa decisão do parlamento é muito aceitável e também mostra que estamos unânimes para acabar esse tipo de comportamento na nossa seio, na nossa comunidade, no nosso parlamento. Por isso, mulheres desse continente, dessa subregião, há muita gente que não quer participar na política. Se não for forte, capaz, convencido, prefere dar voto em recuperação de cartaz, de camisola, do que para ele não integrar na política. Eu penso que esse momento é o momento exato que nós devemos tomar esse atitude que o parlamento tomou para estopar esse acontecimento. Presidente, estamos de acordo, estamos prontos e vou felicitar o meu colega deputados, ouvindo unânime, a defender esse maltrato contra mulheres. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. With those few remarks, I want to remind the delegation again, Honorable Third Deputy Speaker, Honorable Fourth Deputy Speaker, Honorable Dabo, and to work with the Honorable Asim and Honorable Villan to, along with the Secretariat, to come up with a press release on behalf of the ECOWAS Parliament. Sitting is adjourned to Tuesday with committee sitting on Monday.